We are live, but we're about like an hour from kickoff. Give or take ceremonies, which this year may have laser beams and all the fun things. But guys, welcome to the watch along live that we're having here for the Canadian men's national team versus Ireland's men's national team in the final preseason, the final pre-game game in the final friendly before the World Cup, guys. This is what it is. All right. And we have Canada facing an Irish side, a side that I wish would have made the World Cup, but hey, the playoffs happen. Was really hoping for that Commonwealth group. Somehow you have Canada with yes, the Commonwealth. A Commonwealth group would have been fun, throw in like Canada with Ghana. I would not have enjoyed that. And then with Ireland and then Australia, we're like, hey, we're living life. Commonwealth teams. But we're here to watch this team. And again, we do primarily Canadian African content here. So it's going to be from that perspective, just so you know. So if you want to be in the comments and tell me what you think, feel free to. And we'll go from there. And already Amy's here asking the questions, bringing the concerns. I respect the dedication to it. We're going to get to this because I think it's a fair point. One of the things that I'm looking at, I think there's three big questions I have for this game for Canada. And Amy's kind of alluded to one of them now that we have one role that's been solidified and moving forward too. But we'll get to the rest of them as we go. But again, when you're coming in here, make sure you leave a comment. Also, leave a like if you like what you're seeing here. Interact, leave a comment, say where you're watching the game from. I always like to know where people are, where they're watching. If they're up at the same time as me or if they're somewhere on the other side of the planet, just saying, hey, we're watching this game because we're watching this game. I respect it still. So I do that, and then we're just going to have fun. Once we have some lineups, we'll throw those up to you, talk about what we will be seeing. We already kind of know one spot, which is going to kind of go from where Amy throws us off here, which is you're concerned about Dane, about his starting spot for Inter Miami. And this is very interesting because if you did not know, Jesse Marsh has named Maxime Crépeau as the starting goalkeeper for Canada, which means effectively a role that at one point Dane was the front runner for. He has lost. Now, I think you could pile this onto the year that Dane's having with Inter Miami and being a goalkeeper. There's a lot of structural things I see with Inter, which could be very interesting, especially for the ambitions that club has. And yes, seeing him lose a spot here, he might be looking at the club and thinking, is the club thinking, listen, are we underperforming? Maybe we need to reevaluate the situation. And for a player like Dane, it wasn't, if he was going to stay in MLS, I would have preferred a move like that. Or if not that, I would have wished he had left. Now, granted, he's gone from effectively playing in Minnesota where they were just, hey, defend. We'll send Tanny when he was there. We'll send Yabo out when he was there. We're going to create on the counter and we're going to defend like dogs. And we are going to get our 1-0. They were Brentford of MLS, pretty much. Inter isn't necessarily that. I would argue the way that Inter Miami plays is a lot more similar, just with older legs, to how the type of chances that he has to see now with Canada and Inter Miami, i.e., a few breakaways coming through every once in a while, right? 1v1s or breakdowns, and he has to make the right call, get off his line, or stay back and make the right read in those situations. Has it been the ideal year for him? No. I would argue of the two keepers here, none of them are having a good year. None are having a good year. But in the type of game that they're having, it's tough. You feel for the player, but at the same time, the conversation in goalkeeper for some fans has just been our best MLS goalkeeper wasn't even given a shot, which you would say is James Pantemis. On the other side, I would say we'd have to take a look at what's working and what's not. And I see what you're saying there, Amy, where the conversation is you feel like he made a decision way too early after one friendly. True. I would argue that the decision was made through multiple friendlies, but with Dane getting most of them and then one half, like, I don't know how much you can take from the Uzbekistan game, to be very honest, because on the one hand, it was just there was the two chances that they gave up in the first half. Max makes the save on the second one. The first one, the striker just chips it wide, and he had the shot there. Outside of that, right? I'm looking at, did they not split the games? I'm curious. See, now I'm looking at their last two European games. Did they split those games? No. No, they did split those games. Yeah, because he got the Romania game in when they went over, and then Dane got the Wales game. And now, see, now we're just gonna keep going through this, and then they were going back and forth, right? And then Max got the Australia, Dane got Colombia. Then you had the Ecuador matchup, and then the Venezuela matchup. They've been going kind of back and forth, and then I don't know. I can understand why some will feel one way or the other, but it's tough, man. For me, I lean towards Max. Okay. I do lean towards Max, but I think my one concern with Max was always Max was going to turn into a player where he was a good keeper, was just never the right time. Right? You go back to 2022, he breaks his leg at the MLS finals a month, if not a few weeks before the World Cup. And at that point, it's like, well, he was playing at the top of his game. Yes, it was Milan's net at that point, but I was thinking that he could have at least gotten a game at the World Cup. And then this year just felt like Dane. I mean, Max got the Copa America, Dane got the Gold Cup, and then they've been pretty much splitting friendlies since. I mean, I think, look, you want to be there. Like, goalkeeper is one of those positions where you can't be a sub goalkeeper. There's no energy goalkeepers, right? You're either going the 90 or you're not. And as a goalkeeper, you want to play, all right? And I'm wondering what the coaching is seeing there. I think for me, from talking to some folks, and again, not necessarily not talking to folks there. Like, I don't have I mean, that's a lie. I do have a connect on the coaching staff, but that's besides the point. Like, besides just talking to different analysts, like, it's been close, but I think both players, none of them not playing well in the MLS was really brought to a point where, like, when in doubt, go with experience, I guess. And technically speaking, I guess Copa outranks the Gold Cup, so give that. The interesting thing with this will be, like, how short or how long of a leash does Max have? Because he's a starter against Bosnia. He's a starter today against Ireland. Please don't break your leg, Max. Don't do it. But this is Canada. They're going to give him an odd man rush, and he's going to have to come off his line early and make a slide tackle. I think it sucks. It's a position where you're either there or you have to be the vibes guy, and it's a different thing. And yeah, to your point, Amy, I think that's the thing, but it's in a different club. And that's where I think structurally, not to say that it protected him, but he went from a club, like, he went from Brentford to basically playing, again, there's, like, I know there's a style that's there, but he went from a defensive style to a much more offensive pushing style, and that creates those opportunities. The one thing I would say is Canada also tries to play more on the front foot when in those first 20 to get a lead. The pressuring, if you watch Uzbekistan, or you watch the Tunisia game, or you watch the Iceland game, or you watch any of the Argentina games at the Copa America, Canada is going to give up an odd man rush. They're going to give up a chance coming back the other way. And he, in club this year, wasn't making enough saves there. Now, I would argue on the flip side, Max has been inconsistent at club, right? For whatever reason, right? He'd have a good year, and then the next year was kind of off. He has a good year at LAFC, breaks his leg, gets back, comes back, goes to Portland, gets back, breaks his leg, goes to Portland. James Pantemis outplays him. Pantemis has the net now. He leaves, goes to Orlando, and it's been an up and down year. I think he ultimately stays here, but Inter is a little, not to say that they're ruthless, but they're definitely, they have ambition this year. I think that's why you get the best goalkeeper in the league, but you aren't protecting the best goalkeeper in the league like his previous team is. So now that goalkeeper has to stand on his head. And his shot stopping ability is there. It's just not been consistent, right? He's had moments where he's in this position, but then he's not able to make the save, or he has moments where he's just not where he needs to be. Hello, hello, good sir. Hello. So I think for me, that's where I wonder. I think the World Cup will be very interesting. I know he's there. I'm not saying he's going to play, but I feel like the games may show something very interesting in terms of what is there and what can come through it. I think Bosnia will be a good game. I think just based off it, when Ty goes to experience in this situation, and I think that's where they go. But I think club wise, Inter is still a club I think that can outscore their problems, and maybe as the season goes on, they're outscoring their problems, and Dane's able to make stops so they don't have to outscore so many of their problems. But it's a way to think. It's tough for him to be right there. One of them was going to be in that spot. Now, from out the public, they're always supportive of each other. They're always, trying to better themselves, and I'm sure Dane will do his best to get Max ready for the opening match of him today. But Dane will be ready if his number is called. I feel that most certainly. And I think that will be interesting to watch as we get going. But no, it's a very fair point in terms of what we see from the goalkeepers. That's the first thing that I'm really interested to see for Canada today. And as you guys are stopping by, let me know where you're watching from. Say hello, like Big Sexy just did. Hello, Big Sexy. How are you doing today? It's a lovely Friday. Lovely Friday there. And so and so. I see you, good sir. See, you got me in trouble yesterday. See, Nelson was not having your comments yesterday. Nelson came back, was just like, what are we on? So hey, I've told him it was you. Okay, so he'll come for you when he's here next. That's the truth. But no, I think that's the first question I have in terms of what I'm going to see, or what I'm curious to see when it comes to Canada this game. The second big question I have is effectively, can that first, whoever starts, and we should be getting close to that roster dropping because it's usually an hour before the game, so it should be out just about now. But can they look better than they did against Uzbekistan in the first half? Can we get some cohesion? Cohesion would be nice, right? Because against Uzbekistan, it felt like you had three groups. All right. From Madras, Oregon. Not bad, not bad. I have not yet been to Oregon, but it's on the list. It's on the list of places to go at some point when the time is right. Read between the lines. See, we knew we would get one Irish fan in there. So, how are you, sir, feeling about this game? And I don't want to pour salt on it, but like your World Cup qualifying experience this year it was it was a roller coaster that unfortunately hit its end without reaching that destination that you wanted. But how do you feel about your Irish team heading into this next cycle? This next cycle, Euros coming, qualification for that, and then the next World Cup for that. How are you feeling for your team from there? And as those comments come in, I think Dane will get some minutes at the end because I think self-preservation are just getting people ready. So I think he'll get like the last 30, or they'll do a halftime switch again to go through. Or maybe he doesn't. I don't know. It's a game before the World Cup. You want them to have some cohesion, but you also want to stay healthy, right? Leonard Carl we don't know what he did, but it's not good. And I think that's where it'll be very interesting. But back to the second thing. I think watching this Canada side against Uzbekistan, that you saw three groups of players. You saw a group of players who had played the season and were in form, right? And I would put Tejan into that category. I would put Ishmael Kone into that category, Liam Miller into that category, right? Those players looked like they were on a specific wavelength moving. And then you have players who played a good season or they had, a little bit of up and downs, right? I'll even put Kyle Larin, who had a good second half at Southampton, but the first half was, he was MIA. We had wanted posters for him. We couldn't find him. With him, Jonathan David, Joe David was like that. Steph Eustachio coming back from injury a bit, so that's a third category, right? And then you had the players who were just coming back from injuries, right? Players who were rehabbing, who maybe by the first game may be fit enough to play, but may not be match fit, right? The Bombitos, right? Derek Cornelius is, up and down year, right? Alistair Johnson back from injury, Bombito back from injury, Stacko back from injury, Lorraine technically back from injury. And you could see those three bodies moving. You could see those three bodies of players moving on different planes. And look, one game before the World Cup starts, I wonder, can we look good? I mean, yes, the line change that happened when they rotated the whole squad coming into the second half was good. And you saw some hungry players there, but they need that first team needs to look like they're on the same page. They need that cohesion badly. And maybe training helped to build that a little bit, getting a little bit more into fitness. And then, the mind, because there were so many times where Kone would make a pass, but Joe David wouldn't commit to the run. And he's like, oh, I should have. Oh, okay. Okay. Next time. There was no next time. Or, Liam Miller chops it back. Tejan cuts it back, looking for the cross. The run isn't there. They need to look better. Full disclosure, I don't care what the score of this game is because there's going to be heavy rotation. I'm looking at the first half, and I'm going to judge that first half very heavily. But that first half, they need to look good. If the game is tied 2-2, and then from there you're wondering, okay, I wonder what happens here. Fine. But if they could lose this game for me, but as long as they look cohesive in that first half, in terms of the principles of pressing, in terms of how they look defensively, and on that defensive note, look, I'm ready for it. Troy Parrott's going to have a 1v1 with Max Crapo in the first half. It's going to happen. It's how Canada plays. They push too many far up on set pieces, on when they have possession. We are chaos merchants. And in order to create chaos, sometimes you throw bodies that you're not used to doing there, right? At one point we had both fullbacks on the same side of the pitch, and you're like, this could end terribly. A few moments later, ball turned over, switch of play, Uzbekistan on a 2v2, and you're just like sand in the hourglass, so too are the days of our lives. They need to look better cohesively. And so for me, that is the thing I am most interested in. Can they look better as a unit moving? I'm going to get to the third point before we talk about, because I see some comments. I see you, Mo. Yes, Amy and Big 60. We'll get to those comments. Thirdly, I think there is a conversation as to which spots are still available and which spots and which players are fighting for those. I put out this on Blue Sky the other day based off of what we saw against the Uzbekistan game. And yes, this was right after the game, so a few of those things have changed. For instance, we know who the goalkeeper is. Max Crapo is the goalkeeper. Richie, we're assuming, could be healthy, but maybe I'm reading too much into leaving the game in the 30th minute. I don't know if he's healthy enough. And so that side, and then Liam Miller, waiting to hear from Ali Ahmed if he is healthy enough or not. But as it stands, there. Everything else on this lineup, I think, should be who they start against Bosnia match day 1 at the World Cup. Joe David in one striker position, Kone Eustachio in the middle, Tejan on the right, Alistair Johnston on the right, Derek Cornelius, Luke DeFougeau. Those 7, but technically 8, are locked. Is Richie healthy enough? If so, great. I'd like to see at least a half from Richie before any rotations. Liam, I think, probably should start based off of availability. But then we get to the final striker, right? Kyle Larin didn't have the best first half. Tanny had a great second half. For me, and give me your opinions of this in the comments as well, I prefer Tanny not because I think necessarily he's a better striker. I think the best overall nine that they have, all things, including just striking ability and likes, I think is Promise. But Promise doesn't have, say, the work rate that Marsh is looking for. That's why I think Tanny gets the push over him. I had a running joke with, again, with On the Rise. And also shout out to boys who are at weddings this weekend. Um, he Marsh would rather start Daniel Jebison, who just got called back to camp with the injury to Marcelo Flores, over Promise because of the speed and the work rate. But Promise, I think, should get more minutes. I'd love to see him get more than a half. I'd love him to get a start because I think we know what we can get with Tanny, and Promise could possibly give us a little bit more. But I think you have one for sure spot available, and then two more iffies that you're not quite sure. It just comes down to health. One based off of match, and the one problem I have with Kyle Larin is though he had a great second half at Southampton, I think he's better used as that 60th to 70th minute striker coming in. You need a goal, put him in. He'll make the run you need to, poach the goal, get it on, going from there. But that's where I'm looking at. So I think at realistically one, possibly three spots in the starting 11 still up for grabs. And we'll have to wait and see where that comes through. But those are my three questions as we wait for Canada's lineup to come through. Let's get to some of these comments which are here because I know you're waiting for them. Hi Mo, how you doing? Yes, Mo, former Montreal resident, Mo Football FC over here. Hey, yeah, you got Bosnia playing in St. Louis. So let me know how that game goes. Let me know how the Bosnians look. For research purposes, of course. I'm just hoping we don't make fools of ourselves. I don't think you will. You're a solid side. You are a solid side. So you should be good. You should be good. All right. I hope Dane is not sad about not starting for the World Cup. I'm sure there's a part of him that is sad. At the end of the day, I think he's going to be there. If he's not the starter, it's not 1A, he's 1B. So he'll definitely be at the World Cup. So from here, he is going to the World Cup. He's definitely going. They only brought 3 goalkeepers to the camp, so he's definitely going to the World Cup there. Big Sexy reminding me that Junior Hoylett is the best footballer I've ever seen. Listen, we in Canada, some people say, the sport changed when Alphonso Davies broke onto the scene. And look, he's great, but the streets remember Junior Hoylett here. That's a, hey, our last, that's actually a lie. One of the biggest names we've had playing in the Prem. He's not the latest Canadian to play in the Prem. That would have been young Daniel Jefferson, who scored at like 17 with Southampton. Yeah. Or Sheffield, one of those two. His time is going off. But Junior Hoylett is the streets remember, MNT street remembers type of a player. So, yeah, honestly, class. And I thought he had a chance. I figured of the two veterans, he maybe had a little bit more versatility. Hey, Queen's Park is Queen's Park. I respect it. But I figured he would have had a chance to make the squad, but I thought it would go between him and Junior Hoylett. But it was Hoylett or Osorio, but they went with Osorio in the middle, even though I think Hoylett might give you a little bit more flexibility in terms of where you play him because they still don't have a proper 10, especially with the Marcelo Flores injury going down, which is the bonus point to get to as well. Yeah, Max, I think he'll be ready. The lights aren't too big for him unless he goes back to Montreal, apparently. Other than that, in Vancouver specifically. Outside of that, he's always good. He is always good. Perfect. Yeah, Queen's Park living the dream. Can you name Canada iconic soccer players for Canada? For me, I go back to the Bunburys. I go back to the Forests. But if you want to go with the women's sides, the first Canadian player, proper Canadian that I watched, and I was like, Charmaine Hooper. Or Cooper. Okay, I always get Charmaine Hooper or Cynthia Cooper, those two mixed up. But Charmaine, Cooper, or Hooper, one of the two. Always yeah, he is playing the 5th tier, but I think he was playing just to stay fit in case he gets the call. He's definitely a player that I feel could, especially with the injury rules. And that's the other thing I'm watching here. I mean, with Marcelo Flores, Canada got a Cam who tore his ACL unfortunately right before, and with that happening, it opens up a spot for a potential player to come back in. And with the injury rules, you can replace a player due to injury up until the day before your match. So Canada has a few players who are rehabbing still, and I'm watching to see if it's more than just one player. Maybe it's two, possibly. If we get to three, he becomes interesting as a possible player to come in because I mean he may not have the pace, but his foot is still class, and his brain is your brain is always your brain, and I think one of the higher IQ players that Canada has to offer to come through and play. So it's definitely gonna be something to keep an eye on. But iconic Canadian players, yeah, I mean I've given you a few, but like, yeah, men's and women's side, I've always just enjoyed watching them. I mean, I am full disclosure, like my parents are Ghanaian, so I mean, I support them both. I support them with my life. I'm not going to enjoy whenever they have to play each other because it's just not fun. Because you're just like, well, who do I support then? No, you can't be happy. You're just not allowed to be happy in that situation. But we are waiting for that lineup to drop. But we know definitely they are wearing their blacks, the black kits. So I do have my black kit. I am not wearing it today. I'm going with the more adorable. I think he will improve because I think there's a degree with Dane. So the question: do you think Dane will improve at Inter Miami? I think he will. I think there's a degree where there's a learning curve with it. I think going from that side, it's just it's a little bit thrown into the fire as a goalkeeper where you go from a side that is fully defensive to it's not even that Inter Miami are just fully offensive. They don't have the legs to be fully defensive all the time. And so I think for him, it's just getting used to the learning curve there and understanding what you have access to and what you don't. Right. I always like to make food analogies. He's gone from a food truck that was always serving banger foods all the time. Now he's in like a one Michelin star. There's different things that are there. He's a little bit in over his head, but he's got to just settle a little bit, understand where all the things in the kitchen are, and once he's able to do that, I think he'll be fine. I truly think he will be fine because I still think there's a good goalkeeper in there, and just getting to that age, I think he's going to start to put. He has all the tools to be an elite goalkeeper. Has he reached it yet? No. And a shout out to Sean for the conversation we had on the goalkeepers. But yeah, I think he does have the tools to be an elite goal. Has he reached it yet? No. But I think in this environment where you're getting the best from every team you play just because of number 10 on that team, right? You're traveling with Messi and friends. That means every team is saying, like, if a team's not doing that's their moment. That's their marquee moment. And so he's going to get the best from every side. And unfortunately, he was up to some of it, but not as much as we had grown accustomed for him to do. And so I think for him, he'll be fine. He will find his form, and I think he'll get back there and really going forward. Do I think he'll get minutes for the World Cup? Depends on the group stage. If in a hypothetical situation, if Canada their first game is against Bosnia and then their next game is against Qatar, if Canada somehow wins those first two, I say somehow hypothetical. Let's go hypothetical. If they win those first two games, what did Switzerland do? Are they playing for the top of the group? Are they playing for something else? Do they need rest? Are there knocks? Are there injuries? This is going to be a World Cup where I think rotation, keeping players fresh. The games here are the middle of the day. Like Canada's first game is at 3 o'clock in the afternoon on a day where we're supposed to have a high of about 31 with humidity that'll feel like 36 degrees Celsius or, or centigrade or whatever the proper terminology. So, hey, stay fresh, stay ready. Cramping will happen, and I think injuries are going to happen. We were having a conversation yesterday, and the comparison, which is eerily interesting but familiar, is it feels a little bit like 2002's World Cup, where you have a long European season And then you have a bunch of players, a lot of teams traveling effectively half to the other side of the planet to play games in the middle of the day in the heat. I think some big teams will look great. Other big teams that you're expecting to look good may struggle. I'm not going to read too much into friendlies. Like, yes, we saw Cote d'Ivoire beat France. We saw Cape Verde beat Serbia. But I think there's going to be the teams that are used to this, the teams that know this heat. Like, I think the African sides. I think the South American sides. I think the sides in CONCACAF know what they're getting into. The European sides, maybe they do, but it's the heat and the intensity will be two different things. And I think that we may, not to say we're going to see a lot of upsets. I think as much as we expect some games will end lopsided, I think those games will also look very competitive as well, just because of how muddy the landscape is. That's what I would. That's what I would suspect. That's what I would suspect. Someone just texted me, which means did the roster just drop? It did just drop, and let's get that for you here. Let's get that for you here. We are sharing the tab for Canada. Here's what we have starting. Very much the same, minus the one spot. So Crépin, Richie Larea as your left back, Derek Cornelius, Luke DeFougerolles, Alistair Johnson, your back four, Stephen Eustáquio, Ishmael Kone, your middle midfielders, Liam Miller and Tejan Buchanan, and then Joe David and Kyle Larin again. Kyle Larin gets another shot at this. And the only real change is going Luke DeFougerolles over Moise Bombito. Bombito had a knock, so he left in the 30th minute. There's a lot of interesting points there. But I think that's what I would have done. The only thing I would have changed is maybe the Larin. I would have gone either Promise. I would have gone maybe Tanny, because I think they offer a little bit more in terms of just staying in their spaces. The one concern, I said it earlier, the one concern I have with Larin and Joe David is Joe likes to play into that midfield 10 space all the way to the second nine. He's a modern second striker, which is really like a modern 10. He's not a attacking midfielder. And so that's fine. But sometimes you'll see Kyle Larin start to drift into that space, and Larin's touch isn't there. Larin's touch is just not there. Larin is a poacher's goal striker. Get into the box, make the run, tap her in, do what you got to do. He's not a holdup, right? I think Promise is a better holdup. I think Tanny's a better holdup. And that's where the concern will be if they start to drift into each other's space. And we've seen that in big games for them, and that's always a concern. But otherwise, I think this is what I would have expected from this lineup as we go through. Larin gets another shot to show that he's available. And the other interesting thing will be who is available off the bench. You got St. Clair, who is available. Dane's there. Joel Waterman, who didn't play. Zoran Basong, who didn't play. Bombito, Chouanier, Goodman, Jones, Nelsons, Oluwaseyi, Osorio, Priso, Promise, Saliba, Nico Segur, and then as aforementioned. If you're Canadian out here, do you like this lineup? Do you not like it? Would you have changed anything there? Let me know. Let me know. Let me know. While this is happening, you also have Nicaragua playing Paraguay, Puerto Rico, Saudi Arabia, Haiti versus Peru. That's the one thing I'll miss, man. Watch, and I said that yesterday on the stream, but just to say it again, I'm sure he does, because you have to, like, feeling bad for a player, you have to go the other way, of course, because both wanted it, but it was a competition from that standpoint, right? The second he said it was neck and neck, and they started splitting friendlies, I mean, they were pretty much in that same space. So I think for Dane, it's just a matter of him readjusting and preparing for that space, but always staying ready. because you're one injury away, knocking on all the wood from having to step up. And you could do far worse for Dane as a backup keeper. You could do far worse. But still, it's tough. He still gets to go. He's going to be there, but I'm sure there's a part of him. Hopefully that, that lights a fire for him, in training and everything that gets him ready for his next opportunity. It gets him ready for his next opportunity indeed. We are about 35 minutes away from this game starting. Leave your leave your predictions, leave your questions you have. I gave you my 3 questions I had. How does Max look as a goalie? Can we look cohesive? What spots in the final and the starting 11 are still up for grabs? Bonus points I would add would be the injuries in the end of the roster. How many players is Jesse Marsh going to recall due to injury? Because it's not nothing that Moyes went from starting and playing 30 minutes to not starting. Maybe he plays in the second half a bit. We'll wait and see. But with no Marcelo Flores, there's one spot available. But I'm watching the likes of a Jacob Schaffelberg who's still rehabbing a groin injury. As it stands now, because of injuries and availability, there's 2 healthy wingers that are available. And then outside of the 2 starting center backs who are there, you have Joel Waterman, who's the 3rd healthy center back. You don't have many options there, and that's where I think maybe do you think that they go one way or the other, right? And that's something that I'll be watching as well. Amy on the Dane button today. I respect it. I appreciate it. Do you agree with Jesse's decision about the starting of the goalkeepers? It's To me, they were 1A and 1B as well. I didn't have an issue with one or the other. I thought he would have gone with Dan. Personally, I thought he would. My pick would have been Max, but I thought he would have gone with Dane, just because he had gone with Dane more often than not. Right? He gave him the Gold Cup, even though Max got Copa, but Dane was playing better at that point. Right now, none of them are playing better at club. So the argument for who should be the starter is null and void, and you just have to go by who looks better, who is commanding more, and I guess at this point it's Max according to Jesse. I thought he would have gone with Dane Sinclair because he has and I said this at the beginning of the video. I thought Max was going to be a good goalie who always had someone ahead of him, right? Max was good in 2011 and not 2011, 2021 Gold Cup, where they make the semifinals, lose to Mexico in extra time, in additional time. So not extra time. They didn't go to the extra period. And then he took over the net when Borean was gone for that one window where they go Mexico, Jamaica, and then the Panama game. Like he's a good goalkeeper. I just thought they would go with the younger player just because the intangibles. Like I think Dane is a little bit better with his feet. And again, there's a size difference. Max always has to be fundamentally set with everything. Dane can get away with it with his length and his athletic ability. Though if I'm gonna be frustrated with Dane, it would just be like he makes everything but nearly not the right call. He'll do everything, he'll do 90% of things right, and then that last 10%, he'll just change it at the last minute, and you're like, why? Like the penalties against Guatemala at the Gold Cup. The first 2, he guesses right, but moves his hand instead of goes to extend on both sides, and the shots go right under him, and you're just like, you did everything but stop the shot. The frustration. But I thought he was going to go with Dane. I genuinely thought he was going to go with Dane. I would have started Max, but I thought for sure Jesse was going to go with Dane. So I'm a little bit surprised. But hey, I saw Jesse play 3-man midfield against Uzbekistan. We haven't seen a 3-man midfield since Uruguay at the Copa America 2 years ago. All right. There are angels in the air. Okay. That's what I say to that. There are angels in the air. But no, I can understand the frustration, but yeah. I didn't watch it I didn't go through the press release for when he stated it. And so I'm not sure if he did. It wouldn't surprise me if he does get some minutes today. But also you have to factor they're playing in Montreal. So I think Max getting the start here would make sense. I think you're going to see a lot of the CF Montreal former players slash all the French players will get some run. So Mathieu Choignard, I think, will get some run. Joel Waterman will get some run. Kone already starting. Nathan Saliba will get some run. There's going to be a lot of just, hey, remind you, these players spent their time here, from here, remember them type of a moment there. But yeah, I think, yeah, that is the best way to think. But yeah, I'm excited that it's not going to the last minute. At least it's done now. I would rather him make this call now. That and that's how I would go for it. Steph, good to see you, big guy. This goalie selection was made the moment he broke his leg in 2022. It's an interesting point because my argument has always been I thought that he would have got a game. I thought he would have at least got the Morocco game if he was healthy at the World Cup because he was arguably one of the better goalkeepers that year for LAFC. And yes, you get Gareth Bale going, you get all those players going, but that man stood on his head for LAFC after leaving the Whitecaps. And so I thought for sure he would have got that. And then, yeah, there's a fair point. Once he's injured, now you're looking at, okay, Dane now becomes your number 2. He has to get back. And then between Milan still holding the net, then you have just switching over. My curious question would be, I wonder if this was still Herdman, how Herdman would have run this. Because I feel like he broken leg still. Herdman had more loyalty, so maybe Max would have got a little bit more of a shot where Dane was playing, but you can't deny the year that Dane had, right? You cannot deny how good he played over the last couple seasons to earn the right to go between the posts. You can't deny that, but I think Max just, hey, if you want to say it's the Max is ready for the bright lights, we'll find out. We will find out indeed. But it's a fair point to bring up. I think it's definitely a fair point to bring up. So, win, draw, or lose, I've said it already. I'm just concerned about how they look. If they can look better, I am good with that. I really am. If they look better, I'm good with that. But it's a lot of this is going to come down to just the opportunities that they have, and just again, cohesion is what I'm looking for. How Max looks between the net, we'll definitely be watching. If he names him, and then Max lets in the first 3 shots, that's definitely interesting. And then thirdly, I mean, what spots are still available? He denied multiple keepers, if that's the point. Look, he denied multiple keepers the second he said it's a 2-man race. Right? That's the thing. Once that happens, it's what happened. Once he said it was a 2-man race, then everyone else didn't exist, right? If you were Jaden Hibbert, Tom McGill, James Pantemis, Owen Goodman, right? Jonathan Sirois, you were never factoring in. They could have had a 4-match window. It would have been those two splitting the games. And at that point, I think is fair. I think he did narrow himself down to those two. And yes, when a Pantemis is outperforming them at club level and he doesn't get a shot, it's a fair ask in terms of what are we doing? He wouldn't have factored in based off of what he had done in the pathway that he gave himself. So that would be fair. But I think we could all agree, whoever you have as a goalkeeper, we could all agree on that point. Right? How did Canada get knocked out of the 2022 World Cup? Well, we lost our first game, I'd say a good game, against Belgium. We lost our second game against Croatia 4-1. And then we lost our third game to Morocco 2-1. So we went 0-3, and we saw the sights of Qatar. We scored a goal. We caused an own goal, and then we went home. I think we boarded the flight with the Ghanaians and the Uruguayans, who said we are all going home, and so we are all going home. So that's how they did in the last World Cup. But I think for this World Cup, Canada definitely is hoping to have an improvement from that. I think getting out of the group stage is a must for them. To me, I'm not going to be, I won't be glamorous about it. I won't be cute about it. However, we get out, get out. Third place spot, I don't care. Get out. Um, but I think a lot of it depends on how they play against Bosnia. My prediction for them is draw, win, loss. I think they draw Bosnia. They are able to beat Qatar, and then I think they lose to Switzerland. If one of those changes, like if they are able to win against Bosnia in the opening matchup, I mean, you'll have a spirited crowd, however full that stadium will be because of, will I get demonetized for saying ticket prices? I don't care. Ticket prices. If they somehow end up with 6 points entering the Switzerland game, you really have to consider like what's at stake here. Because how healthy are players? Because by that point, is Alphonso Davies ready to go at least 45, right? If Schaffelberg is on the roster, is he ready to go give you at least a 30? Can Bombito play at least a half by that point? Right? If that's the case, then you're trying to mess around. That's in a hypothetical situation, of course. If they don't, if they're sitting there with 4 points, that's second or third. I think that's fine. I think that's totally fine. But I think for Canada, yeah, getting out of the group stage, and then from there, listen, it's matchups, right? And we saw it watching like the U17s last year, the men's U17s, where it's reseeded. The matchups will break up the pathways, and then you go from there. I think there will be some teams at this World Cup who traditionally we expect them to be top of the group, top of the table type teams. I think you'll see some big names in second place, which will make. I think there'll be some second place teams that we expect them to go into different spots, and I think that'll create different opportunities for them. But I think this World Cup will be very. I'll use the word messy, but not in a sense that it'll be. I mean, there is the mess outside of the World Cup. Don't get me wrong there, but I think it's going to be definitely a World Cup where I think some favorites will be favorites, but like I could see a Germany finishing second in their group with Cote d'Ivoire. And that's not just because Cote d'Ivoire just beat France. I just think that Cote d'Ivoire would match up well against the Germany side, right? I could see some of the other teams, like teams you expect to finish, especially teams with lots of players, lots of like big names, like the France, Senegal, Norway group, right? If this was the last World Cup, that's your group of death because it's like those three and Iraq. Now it's those three, and it's just, hey, get a win and maybe draw against each other, and 4 points will get you to the next round. So I don't know if you're going to have teams going as hard as they need to, as they would do in the 32 team World Cup, say as you would have in a 48 team World Cup, where first, second, or third you're still going through. It just depends on who you're playing. If that means you have to play a top team first, okay, we're healthy, right? Teams might prioritize health versus matchups because you don't know who you're playing. It's not the traditional Group A winner plays Group B runner-up. Group B winner plays Group A runner-up. It's the third-ranked first-place team plays the fifth-ranked third-place team on some side of the bracket. We're going to get matchups, and they're going to be good there as we go. If I met Dane St. Clair, what would I say to him? I would ask that. I don't like traditional questions. Like, so I don't want to ask like, hey, like, how did you get into the sport? Like, what did you like? I would be like, yo, like you an anime guy? Like, what are you reading right now? Like, what's the food? What's your cheat meal? Like, I like to know the people, the players in that sense, versus just waiting to see, hey, asking the traditional questions. I like being off. I like being offbeat, because you're a little bit more memorable offbeat. I'm the type of person who will show up to a networking sign that says "Don't talk to me," and people are like, "What? What's with the sign?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'm in." Now we're talking. That's me. That's me in the personality wise. So a little bit off, but a little bit fun that way. And the Maxinets of nations, sir. Sir, it is late where you are, but hey, you're better. You're back and you're better than ever. As he does say, guys, if you haven't already, hit that like button, turn on the subscribe and notifications if you want to see more content of me, or as I tell you every video, or turn it on so you know when I'm on, so you can avoid me. Like, guys, we can work both ways. If you want to know when I'm on, subscribe, turn on notifications. If you want to avoid me, also subscribe, turn on notifications. We can do nothing but win here. So that's Canada's lineup as it sits. Let me see if I have Ireland's lineup here because we are waiting. Canada versus Ireland. Match friendly game. Oh, yes, we do. Perfect. So as we have Travers, O'Brien, Collins, and Ambankwa. Yeah, see, I can't avoid the Ghanaians, but it's okay. I believe in you. As a back three, you have Coventry, Devoy in the middle with Ndada, and then Coleman as your wing backs. Okbene and Ume. He's young. Is he not? We're getting sidetracked, boys. We're getting sidetracked. Yes, yeah, because he was on the U17 side. Yes, Canada and Ireland have a great. We had a Grady on the pool match, but we'll go. And then Troy Parrott leading the line. Ogbene, I think that guy is that those two, and even an Ume. I think those the top three, that attacking trio. There's gonna be a break opportunity for two of them. Just how Canada fans now. I think maybe it won't be as prevalent before, but I think how Canada pushes up and tries to create chaos in the back end, they're definitely going to give up a few of those breaking opportunities, and it'll be up to them. And we'll see how good Max is, and we'll see if the gangrene can actually finish those chances for them. But Ireland, coached by Hallgrimsson, good old Hallgrimsson. I will say this though. Yep, I think he is on a one match winning streak against Canada because the last time he played Canada was Copa America qualifiers in Toronto, and he won that game very dramatically. That tied dramatically 3-2. It ended tied, but due to away goals, aggregate 3 goals, or I forget what it was, but they stayed tied and they won. And so Halverson is not a stranger to CONCACAF, so he knows these players, but it's a different style. Like if this was Biello, I'd say definitely they're going. And again, like I said, I don't have a. I'm not looking for a win in this game. I'm looking for patterns. I'm looking for things that I can build off for Canada moving on to the next game. So if Ireland wins this game, will it be disappointing? Yes. But if Canada looks good and it's a shootout in the first half, and maybe it's 2-2 or it's 1-1 or 2-1, but both sides are firing and giving out chances and the goalies are making saves, I'm good. I am good. In the second half, rotation happens and you're going, I'd be totally fine with that. But that's how I'm looking at this game. That's how I'm looking at it. And JD, if you want to hop on, feel free. Like the links are always hot, but stay. I think you have a stream coming up late, but stay awake, stay moving from there. Very nice. Amy with the questions. Do I prefer vanilla ice cream or strawberry ice cream? So fun fact, Amy, I don't like ice cream. I don't. My theory is that I think as a baby, I bit into it and like my body has never recovered. Like there's scar tissue there from there. I'm not an ice cream fan. Which I know half of the subscribers have just left. They're like, who is this man? No, ironically I'm wearing an ice cream themed shirt. It's Cow's World Cup with a Canadian cow dribbling the ball because it's an adorable shirt. But like, no, I'm not an ice cream fan. That's not my most controversial take. But in terms of my food takes, that's one that always throws people off. I am not an ice cream fan. I'm a cake guy. I'm not really a pie guy either, right? So any of the pies, I'm not. I'm more of a cake person. I don't like cheesecake either. So I'm a cake person. You give me carrot cake, I'll ask you questions, but then whatever you need help with, I'll be there. I can be bought for carrot cake. That is for certain. If someone sent me a carrot cake, I'm replying that letter saying, "What do you need? Is it legal? And how long before it happens so I can be there?" That's me in terms of food. Yes, I know, Mo. Yes, I know. Just ice cream. I don't like. I like sweet. Like, yeah, no, I'm not gonna defend this. Okay, I'm not. I don't need to defend this. I have my food tastes. That's the situation. But yes, we are about 15 minutes away. 15 minutes away, roughly, before this game gets going. Those are your lineups. As you're here, give me some score predictions. And if you're Canadian, what are you looking for? Like, what would you like? Who would you like to have a big game from? And the likes. That is the question for you. I'll wait for some score predictions to come in, but I am very much curious how you guys see this match going just with that. And to kind of follow up with the conversation we had yesterday, right? For those of you who are watching teams getting ready for this World Cup, have any of the friendlies surprised you? Have any of the results made you think differently about a team that you're looking at for the World Cup? Like, did Haiti show enough by beating New Zealand 4-0? Are you just going to say it's New Zealand? They should have beat them 4-0. Are you saying it's interesting that Cote d'Ivoire looked like the better side against France? Or are we just going to be like, it's a friendly, the first half, whatever? Or is the United States looking better because they beat a almost full Senegal side with their backup keeper? Or are we going to say, we'll kind of go, ooh, oh, oh, Amy, I like you. I like the questions. Do you think if Messi wins the World Cup again, do you think that'll sell the debate? Um, Mo is not having it. I look the of the greatest of all time. If he goes back to back, it's a good argument. It's the ultimate feather in the cap in a World Cup, which, hey, let's be real. It feels like they're trying to set up for people to win. Look, if all three countries have spent what $3 billion, I'm telling you, at least I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it in the stadiums. I haven't seen it in the hype. So it must be going to the refs. Allegedly, I need to say allegedly before someone comes and be like coming after me. Will he be the great? See, the Pele point is fair. The Pele point is fair because I think as an ultimate competitor, yes, World Cup wise, yes, Pele is the greatest player of all time. But the one problem in our modern day is we judge so much with club ball. We judge so much with club achievements. And so because of that, it does kind of there's a new set of categories that we look at in a different way. But it's a fair point. I think if he does, I think he clears. I think he's already ahead of C7. But I think going back to back, you going back to back to me would be like it would be as easy as in the basketball term when people going LeBron and then Jordan. It would be the yeah, but he went three peats twice, 6-0 in the champion in the finals. Ronaldo's never made a final, right? Messi, this would have been his third final he makes, World Cup final, if they go and win this. So I think it solidifies it, it cements it, and then that becomes the back to back World Cups becomes the 6-0 in the finals, where you just say, "Tree, they're living life and they're doing it, man." Chess, African, he likes this puff stuff like that. Wow, the love is so real. So if Dembele wins 2 Ballon d'Or and 2 World Cup, what happens? Dembele enters a conversation. Is it the greatest of all time conversation? No. It starts in he joins a conversation. Yes, John Patrick, the game does start in about 15 or so minutes, give or take. Opening ceremonies. They are in their blacks. We went through the lineup. John, let me know what's your score prediction and what are you looking forward to in this game from Canada as it is, because our our pregame has turned into a very interesting conversation about the greatest of all time. But we're gonna go there. Also, I got one of these because I one of these FIFA ballers from Zuru. I got one of these, and so no affiliation whatsoever. Amy, why would you do this? Amy, you made a bet to drink hot sauce? Amy, Amy, there are better ways. I believe in, like, hey, the dedication is there, but Amy, you didn't. I don't make those type of deals. Okay, I come from the school of, yeah, nothing's ever gonna work out for me. Okay. Greatest player ever will never. I agree. Everyone has their, every era is a different, and I think that's the safe answer, right? Every era has their own greatest of all time. You kind of go from it. But the question was, if Messi goes back to back World Cup champions, does he now, is he now fully clear of C7? And my argument is, I think he's already clear of C7. Yeah, I said it. I think he's already clear of him, just based off of what he's done. Ali Ahmed is. Let me actually. No, he's not in the squad for this game. He is that. That's something very interesting. I'll throw that up for you here again, just so you can see who the substitutes are. But Ahmed is not in the squad whatsoever. You have Basong, Bombito, Schwanyao, Goodman, Jones, Nelson, Oshie, Osorio, Priso, Promise David, or Toby, Saliba, Seeger, St. Clair, and then Waterman. Those are your, that's the bench, which means you have Schaffelberg, who is still training, Alfonso Davies, who's still training, Ali Ahmed, who is still training, and Alfie is at least good to go. Alfie is at least good to go. So Ali Ahmed is not in the lineup, unfortunately. And I'm not looking at him as much as a Jacob Schaffelberg in this lineup. But he's another player that I think you need to see something, which makes you think I think Nelson's going to make the squad for sure. But yeah, but thanks for asking, Alan. We're almost there. We got one prediction in 2-2 from Mo, which is fine. Above CR7, clear and dust. Yeah, I think for sure. And thoughts and prayers out to Amy, who made a bet that Argentina would win the. Wait, okay, Amy. No, we have to go back to this. What type of hot sauce? Okay, because this is your sister. Okay, and family are rude. Okay, so it's always a football conversation that makes us do the wildest of things. What happened with the twin sister, flesh of my flesh, Amy? Amy, how? And she's gonna make it the worst one. Okay, okay. Tapio is bad, but okay, but Amy. Wait, is it the loser has to drink Tapio? How much do you have to drink? So yeah, the game's starting in like 7 minutes, guys. We'll throw up the screen. I'm concerned for Amy's well-being here. Okay, as a good internet person, I need to be concerned for her well-being. These are the points. These are the things that we have to. These are the moments. These are the big questions. This is Amy. Your sister baited you into this. but it's okay. That's okay. Ah, the whole spoon of tapio, yo, yo. Okay, it's not bad. At least it's not the bottle. At least it's not. If it's the bottle, then I'm like, yo, like what happened here? I feel like this is payback for someone stealing someone's outfit one time because a spoon seems like that seems reasonable. But anything over that is just. Ugh. Did you steal her shoes? That's true. Okay, I had a roommate one time who's from St. Lucie. He asked me where to buy hot sauce. So I took him to the store. He later he saw when he cooked with it. Look, different. There's hot sauces, and then there's like different sauces which have some nice flavor and some nice kick. And I like the taste more than just burning. That's me. But then again, I come from a family who a man poured a whole tube of wasabi in the soup and said it tickled his nose. So I guess I'm not human, or genetically I might be. Who knows? Who do you think will win this game? Canada are the clear favorites. Yes, 8-11, and Ireland at 18-5. Yeah, I can understand. I think on paper you would say Canada is the favorite, and especially going the last game in before the World Cup, you would pick them as the favorites. But just with how much rotation will probably happen in this game, it's hard to really safely, put your feet into one camp or the other. I know Mo put up 2-2 as a draw. I know a draw for some fans would be disappointing. I would just say, look, this is a good side, right? This is a good side, and Canada wise, I think some fan like for the casual viewer, I will say this. Some sides they'll look at and say we should be beating them because they are in X, Y, or Z spots. Look, they have to be consistent in doing it. And I think the one problem that they've had is they've played good games, but they haven't been able to find goals. They were in the second half against Uzbekistan, but like to me that's my big concern. They'll look good but not score, and I mean the one thing we've seen with Ireland is they've been able to get moments where when they've needed a goal, they've gotten the goal, and so that for me is where I'm a little bit uneasy. This game could Canada come out and just rout Ireland? It's possible. Could Ireland come out and win a game against Canada? Yes. I'm gonna go with as a prediction. I'm gonna go with a fun 3-2, and I think halftime will either be 1-0 or 2-1, and then second half will end 3-2. That's what I am predicting at this moment. Or if we get this our live screen here ready to go. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Yeah, this game is very much a don't get injured, right? If you step funny, just calm out. Just come out of the game. It's okay. We don't hate you for it. We understand. Make good choices. Stay safe. That's what I would say. Don't nobody get injured from this and go from there. And the former resident of Montreal, the man of too many passports, too many teams to root for.
All right, don't get me in trouble now.
Hey, I'm not. Hey, I won't be calling anyone on you, sir.
Hey,
He is citizen. He
yes,
is citizen.
I am a citizen
That
of
is
somewhere.
of the world. But how are you doing, Mo, man? So how is life for you? I know we have a few minutes before this game starts. I'm
Yes,
going to get that onto the screen here,
I
and I'll give you that
there's
count. But how are things?
it's exciting. There's a way too much soccer, football going on, lots of talk. I don't know if I remember any tournament where a World Cup where there's so many side talk
Mm,
that is not just hey they're in the country, hey they've arrived home, hey they're selling in, they're playing their friendlies. There's so much going on around it that
Yep.
I don't know. It's exciting at the same time, but it's also a little stressful depending on, I guess, our African counterparts have been having a little bit more issues, stepping in some places.
It's definitely interesting on that note, and I think that's where I was saying earlier. I think as the teams get here, I think a lot of what what
Did I miss something?
I'm trying to figure out. Oh, I think. Oh, we'll see. I think this is a whole conversation because I just thought I was like, this is a left turn here, but okay. Listen, hot
Yeah,
sauce is a choice. But hey, twin sisters here, living their lives. But no, I think that's been the one drawback of this World Cup. There's been moments for sure that were where there was excitement, but it's quickly just faded.
I think
And
the excitement fading for some people.
yes,
Yes, it's definitely much easier for some than others,
hmm
and being
yeah.
a wall sport is not feeling as such.
hmm Because
That's
again, like there's only so many streams I can keep on repeating this. But again, like from the second it was announced, there was definitely that moment where we went from ooh, oh, it's not being streamed in the UK. Okay, so let me see if the old if the old tools are tooling well.
yeah. I don't know. Maybe hopefully a lot of these things will be settled.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
yeah, there've been some really good stories going on too. That kind of put the excitement behind it, like
No,
the little
definitely. Yeah.
Mexican kid with South Africa. I think that was right now. That's like the one to beat at this moment. Did you see that one? Right?
And then the legend himself. Um, no, not is it Payne from New Zealand? The man, the myth, the legend. Like that man, he's gonna live off this for years and years to come. I do agree with that. I think Prom should have started that game. There it is. Amy, I know. Okay, look, but like this feels like it's a family thing. Like I feel like somebody stole somebody's shoes, and they're like we're gonna do all this thing and do the thing. I feel like somebody stole somebody's shoes in the situation, but we are waiting for the game to get going. Appreciate the super chat there, Alan. The game's not. I'm gonna look to see if I can find a a lovely site for you to use, and if it works, hey, that's an option for you definitely. But we'll be here giving live play by play as we get going. We're just going through the preliminaries here. We're going through the preliminaries, and we're going to keep you updated how everything is going for certain. So if we're waiting for things to get going, we will let you know what we got going on here. So let's wait as we go. Let's see if the stream actually works out here. Because if it does, that'll be very good for you guys. And we can drop that here and let you guys go. I didn't see you didn't, of course. Chris Smith, bless up yourself. Good to see you. Okay. But I just feel like going straight spoonful of hot sauce for your twin. Twin, where have you been? Because I feel nobody knows her like you do. Definitely. Like, I wonder what's the worst bet you made with a family member. Like, I'm wondering what the worst bet. Like, let me know this as we wait for the game to get going here. Hey, I'll take it. Okay, in this economy, listen. At this point, I'll wait for better health to revamp themselves. But look, my NordVPN, Browsec, and VPN. Listen. Look, I'm clearly Canadian. Okay, no brand needed, none whatsoever. I do agree with you, John. I wonder how good this team will look on, because I think that'll be the key. If they are able to look better, I will feel confident. That's where I said earlier, I'm not as concerned with the results. I'm concerned with the flow, how they look. Because if they look better in this game, I'll feel a lot better. I'll feel a lot better about them getting going against Bosnia than if they look as disjointed as they did against Uzbekistan. That'll be the key thing. So that's what I'll be looking for that, because I think they can prevent goals. They'll give up great chances, but I think the thing is, if they can look like they have a plan, and they're just stopped by a good goalkeeper or just a good defensive team, I'll feel a lot better for how they look. But still waiting for everything to go. Probability according to Sporty.com is 56 win, and then 26% draw, 80% loss for Ireland. But in their only matchup that they played, Ireland won that matchup 3-0. So that's definitely something we'll keep an eye on. But hey, this is the friend that will go, and we'll see. Yep. It's always a stupid bet until it's your sister. And then you're just like, what did you really want? What was the end game? That's always the question. What was the end game? All right, we are getting some action here. All right. Here we go. So we have one stream that is working, and we'll see if we can find it for someone else. Oh, there you are. So Saputo looks quite full and red, which is weird to see in Montreal because, again, I'll say this here again, a good Irish contingent as well. So I think it's going to be full of vibes. I wish we could have seen them there, but these friendlies are making me hope and pray to every deity I know. Those ticket prices better drop, because I had so much fun seeing crowds. Like the Haiti crowd was so fun to watch. It Watching some of the other friendlies were so fun to watch. And in a week's time, are we going to see the most stale, maybe 2/3 full stadiums? In the US, maybe not, because again, event based. But here in Canada, it feels like we're very much priced out. Right? It was cheaper. I always go back. I respect Steph for doing it. Steph, who's in the chat, he decided it was cheaper to go to the Intercontinental Playoff, and he went. And it probably still was cheaper for him to go to Mexico and see those two games than to just show up and come to one World Cup game, as much as it would be great to see on home soil. And these friendlies I'm going to enjoy. I'm going to cherish these friendlies, just because without them, these are going to be ones that we don't get to really enjoy. But Ireland in their whites with green trim on it, Canada in their jackets. I will say, look, the new jackets are fine. The one thing about their old kits, I love their warm-ups. Their warm-ups looked properly nice. Now, these are good trainers and what? Don't get me wrong, but it's definitely going to be interesting to see how they go. But Canada going out, Stephanie Saka with the armband. He will be the captain as long as Alphonso Davies is not on the pitch. As we get going, guys, put your predictions into the chat if you haven't already, because we are definitely going to be looking forward to see what the results are. I'm going 3-2. Let's go, Ireland. I see you, sir. I see you. Daniel, I see you. Yes. see, she got you though. I feel like she was like, nah, she's gonna push it, and now I can get her in this. And I know she doesn't like hot, spicy foods. Amy, your twin got you. She got you in a hole. She got you in a trap. And now she's like, and now Tapio is coming for you. She played you. Game is in Stade Saputo and Montreal. So Montreal is the game. Perfect, perfect, perfect. So that's where the game is. Yes,
Yeah,
Steph,
super
definitely.
fast.
I'm looking for the next one. I'm definitely looking for what the next one will be. Like, where's the next IC? Well, that's actually interesting because the next IC playoff is probably going to be. Well, I'm contractually obligated to say this, but it would not surprise me if the next IC playoff is where
In Morocco.
it's going to be Morocco. It's got to be Morocco. Also, Mo is Senegalese, so I'm contractually obligated to let him know whenever I bring up Senegal that Morocco
Hey,
must then be brought up due to
hey, it's all right.
reasons.
Senegal just planted the flag in Morocco, not once, not twice, but three times. And
Oh,
Senegal
goody.
beat Morocco in the couscous tournament.
Yes, the grains were flying. The grains were flying.
Couscous,
Couscous.
of all things.
Hmm.
Come on.
That's true.
Yes, they are.
Yes. Yeah, that's true. I was hearing that as well.
Yeah.
Right. That they no, yeah, that came down today. They were banning people from bringing water bottles to games. And to that I'm like, this will be the craziest statement I'll make, but it's not even that crazy. This is why when at the last World Cup, national anthem's going on, when the last World Cup, when when Qatar was like, no, we're not selling alcohol in the stadium. After they bullied Brazil into changing legislation to let them serve, that was the one time I was like, you know what, Qatar, go off. Everything else you've done about this, I have issues, and I've said them. But this, you stood your ground, and I respect you for that. It sucks. It's
Hey, you
it's
know what?
it's gonna be a thing. Yeah.
No incidents.
That no instance. But hey,
But I'm
uh,
liking how FIFA is like waiting 14
yeah,
days within the tournament and then just start a little bit of here. This is what you cannot do. This is what you can do. This is what you
yeah,
cannot do. At the moment where everybody's signed, sealed, tickets are ready, the hotels, everything is ready, and they're like, none battles. No,
yeah.
you won't get your
Great,
12 battles though.
yeah, great moment in Montreal. The anthem singer gave it to the crowd, and they finished it with style. Ah, the goosebumps were there. Also, yes, my black kit is here. I'm just not wearing it. Okay, I've invested my money. Okay, this is my World Cup. This is my World Cup ticket. Okay, this is what it should have been. Uh but again, you have Crepeau in nets with Alistair Johnson out wide. DeFujal, Cornelius, Larea back there. You have Buchanan on the right with Kone Eustachio in the middle, Liam Miller on the left hand side. Then Joe David and Kyle Laren are your starting nines for Canada. And yes, I would love for you guys to stay here and enjoy this video. I really would. But if you were looking for a place to possibly see this game and really enjoy your time, I'm not saying that this works. They might have a few pop-ups, but I'm just saying it's live. I'm just saying if you wanted to go there and have it in the background while we banter here. Say who to what man? Steph, I feel this is a conversation with him.
With who?
I'm here for the Canada game here, and I'm here to save. And
Just a minute.
I'm here to save everything. But
What?
let's get back to the Canada things. Yes,
Who's
Liam Miller
that?
will be the weakest link in today's lineup. Would he be? Could it be Kyle Laren possibly? I'm surprised, but not surprised that Marsh went back with Laren. I was hoping we would have seen maybe Tanny or Promise earlier. I think I'm much more interested to see who's the first striker off the bench, replacing who they replace, because Joe David went a full 90. Well, mostly on he went 70 basically. So I think fitness wise he's there, but the match sharpness is what we'll see. And yes, John, he's been announced as the keeper versus Bosnia and Herzegovina. he's also the star tonight. I think that makes sense for Montreal. Makes sense to have them do that, but we'll definitely watch to see what they're able to do today. But yeah, I'm hoping they can come out with the win for this Montreal crowd to really see them. This is their world for a lot of those guys going there. This is the World Cup matchup, and it'll be definitely the moment. Definitely the moment. And Steph, what were you referring to? Musa would like to know for purposes. And guys, if you haven't already, dropped the predictions. We'll keep the scoreline going. I will give you everything as we go. They are in their black kits. Max in the back. They look dangerous in black kits. I always have to throw in the black kits because someone's going to be like, say But Ireland again. Halgrimson, no stranger, working his life. Let's see how we go. Yes. They do look sharp. The black kits always look good to me. I don't hate look of all the kits. I know that the white and gray looks interesting. I don't hate the white and gray. I think it's nice. I think it's a nice kit. It's definitely a nice kit. And we didn't even get to the fun history between Canada and Ireland in terms of football recently. The U17 matchup where, listen, I know there's a bunch of Irish fans who do not like, but the ball is kicked off, and we are underway with the ball being played in the middle, almost brought through, but Laren chips it, but back to. That's true. No, that is definitely true. All right. Nothing happening here, but now we have Laren laying it off for Larea. Larea building up on the left hand side out to Liam Miller. We have an overlapping run coming, but nothing to there. Liam looking, resets back to Stackio, who's sitting in that left fullback space now with Liam Miller looking to see where to push up. You have Joda, but Liam Miller marauding through the middle with the ball to Kone. Outside to the left to Larea looking, passing back to Stephanie Stacchio looking for some opportunities. Back to Kone Cornelius with the ball to Fougerel. We are in the attacking third for Canada. Canada's moving the ball well. Back to Tejan Buchanan, moving the ball back out to Luke DeFugerel, who is looking and surveying. Back to Derek Cornelius, keeping the ball at his feet. Drifting towards the left, but back to Luke DeFugerel. Passing the ball out to Tejan. Tejan with the ball down to Alistair Johnson. Stopping, laces it off to Tejan. A shot put on and blocked by the keeper. Good start. Another chip into the middle, but no one at the end of the cross. Good start for Canada as Richie Larea is moving the ball around. Good marauding run back to Stackio as Canada looks to reset with Ireland sitting back, looking for some opportunities. A nice through ball through. Another one through, but intercepted by Ireland. But Liam Miller wins it back at the edge of the box. Looking, crosses it in low. Tipped in and just can't keep it down from Joe David. Goal kick coming for Canada, but a nice start for Canada here. Our play-by-play is off. And yes, as Steph did say, the Mexico trip originally cost them about the same as the Canadian opening day ticket, the cheapest one on the real sale. In fact, so hey, pick where you're going to go, and we'll go from there. Let's keep going. Where are you watching the game right now, Musa? Where are you watching the game right now?
Where?
Yeah.
Don't ask.
It's okay.
Oh yes, no, it's a nice VPN connection.
And hey, we do what we must.
Yes, I'm technically somewhere in Europe. Let's just put it that way.
Hey, we are everywhere. All right, Morocco?
No.
No, don't worry. No, that's for him. No, we have to say it for him.
Morocco. Oh.
Yeah.
No.
There we go. All right, so ball back to push. Yes, we know the match has started. We're in the Sporty's been slow today, but we're hearing. So we'll give you up to that until we start getting our arrows moving around. But a good start for Canada in this game. Jaime Halgrimson, coach for Iceland after he left Jamaica in a very interesting spot. Jamaica then unable to qualify for the World Cup with 2 shots. And no, I'm not trying to take a shot at them. I'm just talking about the teams and where he came from. but also Ireland unable to qualify for the World Cup. Ball won back by Ireland and trying to get through. And we have a throw in coming for Ireland in the Canadian half after a nice clearance header from Derek Cornelius. Well, Bene definitely is a player that, if they're not careful, he is going to push that counter opportunity. Chipped over the top, but dealt with by Canada, but not out. Back to the midfield into the final third. Tries to put a shot on, but not able to. Cleared back. And now Ireland are on the ball, moving around to see what they can do in the attacking half. Still no score in the fifth minute, apologies. Canada looking sharp in their black kits. Ireland looking stingy in their white kits. This is going to be I think, a fun affair once a goal is scored. Please score a goal, he says. Perfect. A turnover in the middle, but played out to Tejan. Tejan holding, but can't break away. No foul given, and now Ireland on the transition, but tackled out by Alistair Johnson. It's good to see him back into the pitch there. It's good to see him back, Alistair Johnson there. Oh, we're getting some movements. Good for you guys. The screen is alive. So what do you think of the game so far?
It looks like Canada is at it first. Looks like they're the one who, I guess they're at home, so more on the front foot to try to break Ireland. But if if I'm looking right, what are they playing? Is that 4-3-3 for Ireland?
Now, more of a 3-4-3, but probably a 4-2-3 in attack,
Now I see the twos.
but then a
Yes.
5-2-3. Yeah. Oh, Amy, don't worry. We're thinking about you. We are thinking about you.
Trust me, he's not gonna win it. So
All right, so here we go. Liam Miller now building with Canada with the ball here, moving into the Ireland side. Here we go. Tejan on the right, looking to build, crosses it in, but dealt with by the defenders out for a corner. So the first set piece for Canada in the game, where I think it's been a nice. Both teams have had good stretches, but now a corner coming for Canada. Can we get something on the set piece? Look for our man Derek Cornelius on the set piece, or maybe a Kyle Laring with a nice poach at the end. All right, short corner, played out to the wild, chipped over, and just can't keep it down. Luke DeFugero just couldn't keep it down, but also called offsides.
not a bad sequence.
Not a bad sequence at all.
Oh, yeah, you
I
well.
personally hate the short corners. I'm like, just put it into the space. But they played it well. They definitely played it well. Just weren't able to convert it there.
Ireland did not fall for it.
Mm-hmm. My favorite food, um, carrot cake. Again, carrot cake. I will. You can tell me. Here's the order, as Ireland has to throw in carrot cake. I might do something for you with some avocados. Listen, okay, some questions will go. Some good rice. I won't say the rice because Senegalese also feel a way about it.
Why?
But
Why it
if it
has
ends
to?
with
Oh,
Jill, if
yeah.
it starts with Joe, ends with loaf, some good jollof, I am there. Potato cake. Hey, not bad.
Potato cake.
Tell me about this potato cake.
You're gonna have to.
Tell me about this. As Liam Miller on the left is breaking, gets
Oh,
into the box, looking, cut inside, tries to go far corner, but too much on it. But Liam Miller looking like a man who's about to play in the Premier League next year, because he is. Hull City. For the win.
I'm not familiar with potato cake.
Yeah, tell me more about this potato cake. I am intrigued. All right, so here we have tries to win it, but Johnson gets it there. They play it back. They reset. Parrott on the pressure, but Cornelius gets it wide. Goes to the middle. Bad pass. And now Ireland are breaking. Ireland are now breaking. Ball play in the middle.
Ooh,
Looking for Parrott.
oh, oh.
I don't know what just happened here, but that was chaos.
Ping
They
pong.
just got off the. They got off. They got let off there.
Hmm.
Derek Cornelius with a bad pass creates a counter chance, and Troy Parrott puts it across goal,
That was
pings
almost
off
an own
two
goal.
Canadian defenders trying to keep it out, and they are able to do it. Parrott's slow to get up, but he is up. He's looking all right, but I told you there'd be chances. I told you. Anyways, Canada, I beg. They look cohesive. I am happy. I'm good. Like we can end the stream. Like those first 10 minutes, I'm good. Oh, just at the end, a collision with Richie Larea, and that's not a good sign to see. But Barrett goes back down. You don't want to see that from a player like Troy, but this,
That's the thing you don't want in friendlies this close.
yeah, it's that is tough.
So pretty much no matter which team you cheer for when it comes
Just
to
don't get hit.
friendlies,
Yeah, don't get injured.
see plenty of those guys having tore ACLs like a week before
Yeah,
the World Cup. You're like, oh,
most definitely. Oh,
could
well, that
go
would
for
make
another
sense.
90 minutes.
Hopefully. Also, as I told you guys, I got one of these baller balls because I just got suckered into it. And ladies and gentlemen, I give you the healthiest Kai Havertz you'll ever see. Whee!
Oh,
But Troy Parrott walking on his own strength with a little bit of a limp. So he is walking off, and we'll see if a quick change is made by Ireland just to be precautionary. I think that would be a good choice, but you hate to see this. But it looks like it looks like with the PT, like it looks like he's gaining a little bit more. But Ireland with the throw in coming in here. Parrott with the injury.
yeah, PT will give you like 5 minutes, and then after that might
Yep.
take it away from you. Your choice.
Parrott comes back in, but yeah, clearly has a limp. Clearly has a limp there going. So I think maybe he maybe tries to go 30. But no, I agree with you, John Patrick. Like it's a friendly, and look, if I'm coming to see Ireland, look, I'm coming to see him. And Ume, of course, because U17 rules. But nah, safety, and with all the subs you have, if he can go, I'd say no more than a half. But I would definitely say there is a limit for how long you're going to have him on the pitch. Another throw in coming for Ireland as they're slowly progressing the ball down the pitch. Ball back out. And Canada wins the throw now, finally. And they are building up and looking decent to see what they can do. Still 0-0. Thanks, guys, for everyone being here. And again, hit that subscribe. Give me your prediction scores. Subscribe, notifications if you want to see me again, or don't. Whichever you prefer.
He doesn't want to see it again.
Kawhi. Uh, Ireland with the ball now, building up from the back goalkeeper, center back, two. There we go, back to the goalkeeper, and Canada is looking to speed them up a bit and make them go long, which they do. Cornelius wins the first ball, but Ireland on the second ball, chipped out wide. Liam Miller pressing, but not able. And now it's a conversation of what they do here. All right, Ireland content with slow build up, trying to trigger Canada's press. They get the ball out wide, move the ball out wide. Tejan is definitely playing, but a little. Amankwa. Ghanaian.
He just tried to step over the guy.
Yeah. Listen, the Ghanaian in me hurts because of like, you don't disrespect us like that. But he's playing for Ireland, so I'm like, Canada. Yeah.
Oh boy.
Parrot seems to be moving a little bit better here. Tejan with a little bit of I don't the IDGF and energy, which hey, he's gonna have that. Just don't pick up two yellows, Tejan. Don't pick up two yellows. But here we go. Luke DeFuccio moving the ball into the second half. Yeah, he's in he's in World Cup form already, chirping already. We gotta love it. This is not helping the Canada versus Ireland relations on the football pitch. This will be we're gonna have to play them every year now. Okay, especially
It's
for
like
Grady.
it's like
Grady on the pole match needs to happen again.
my French side is not their favorite either. So I guess we,
This is true. This is true. All right. Cornelius with the ball, looking, surveying, back to Kone. We got Luke de out to Tejan, closed out. Tejan chips it in, blocked. A second hand called on Troy Parrott, but he's complaining about the arm tug and the jersey tug. So,
suck it up.
yep, Luke de is your traditional ball put in, and Miller misses again wide. Hey, I'm liking the activity from Liam Miller, but we gotta make the goalie make a save here. Miller cuts inside and sends it a little off balance, not able to put it in. That she is a good for you, Amy. At least your mom's on your side, okay? Mama's gotta love one of the twins, right? Mama's gotta love one of them.
So is she Argentine though, or
Yeah, what's the background? No,
yeah?
I don't think she's like. Yeah, AB, where are you from? Let us know where you're from. And I don't think those were crosses. Should we say that they were crosses so it's better? I don't know. He's an interesting winger, I'd say. I think based off of who's available, he's definitely who you want to be starting. I know that when Ali Ahmed is more healthy, he's probably going to start over Liam. I find that Liam is better in games where you a mile, kilometer, a couple counties, a few regional, elections. Who knows? Missed it. But yeah, I find with Liam is definitely he's a cut inside winger, right? So he's more wing forward than anything, and that's where the frustration I have with him sometimes. I think for a team you need distributors out wide sometimes, and I find that sometimes he's coming in, but again he's on his wrong side. I think he'd be better on the right side behind Tejan, where he can cross better because he's always going off foot, cutting inside and scoring, going for the shot. That's what he's looking for. But we got a free kick opportunity coming for Canada.
Also, I'm further. Oh, so I might have to slow it down then.
Yeah, like I think Liam is a perfect come off the bench winger. Kone just misses it wide. Okay, so Mexican and Argentina. My mom is next to my dad. And okay, so a mix of everything. Okay.
Okay, so now
wait. There's
a correlation.
Okay. We need to. There's a very important thing. What do you mean CR7's in the conversation now? Mexican Argentine family?
Huh?
Okay. Someone's getting disowned.
Well, you gotta have that in the family. Not everybody's cheering for same people.
Oh, here we got Tejan on the break. tries to cross it, but put it out for put on for a corner, deflected out. But Tejan's looking good. But again, there's a little bit of again that cohesion that you're looking for, right? Tejan's seen something the other. They look far better syncly wise than they did against Uzbekistan. But man, they need something here. They definitely need a I don't know a goalkeeper save would be nice. Like make the goalie make a save. I would appreciate that personally. Yo, good old Nelson, how you doing, big guy? Corner comes in and headed away. Larea puts it back out wide. Next ball, second ball, recycled back in, too deep, but ball one back. Liam Miller back forward, and looks like Canada's going to reset.
I thought I was not hallucinating. There are birds flying over. Look at that.
Yeah, I know. That's why we're judging you, Amy. We're judging you because your twin sister likes run to see Ronaldo in an Argentine Mexican house. How could you?
There's
How
nothing wrong with
could
that.
you? I think she's talking about the phenomenal one. The phenomenon.
R9?
See, yeah, R9. Yeah, Brazil was one of the best nines ever. From '96 to what 2003, roughly before the injuries took him. Yeah, I think she's talking about that Ronaldo. Yeah, that one I agree with. That's a fair. That you can compete those. Uh, I know you mean CR7. I know. But going far wide, Tejan does. Goal kick coming up for Canada. But Tejan, again, is looking, goes wide. No one there, but tries to catch a keeper off and tries to chip it to the far end, but no one making the run. Liam's not quite there yet. Some may say it's a very soft drink, but I'm not here for debates. I'm here for the SCADA game, which we're having a great time with. Ball placed in the middle. Kone with the ball, looking. Tejan surveying out to Derek Cornelius. Cornelius progressing down to Liam. Ref gets out of the way. Played out to Johnston. Back out to Tejan. Tejan working, moving. Got two men on. No midfield run. Everyone is getting to the box. There's needs some better movement here. Alistair about to step in, steps in. Stackel just can't get to it. Miller tries the back heel but can't connect. Now I got goal kick coming for Canada, but a good sequence. I just need more. This is where more I'd like. Oh, and they had but just misplayed. Miller tries to go back heel, and if he connects on that, Joe David has a clear shot on that, but unable to connect. But again, much better. Parrot brought down, no foul. Parrot's the frustration.
So Haiti's playing today.
Yeah, Haiti's playing Peru right now. But Ireland back with the ball, moving around. Still 0-0 in the 23rd minute. Trying to speed it up. Chipped out wide. Miller gets to it, but starts to go. Now we have a break. Crossed in, but defended well. A third corner coming in for Canada. A bad clearance off some pressure creates an opportunity. Canada unable. We have another set piece opportunity. Can they convert? Are they able to convert here? Right. He needed to put a little bit more air under it, or just a little more weight, and that would have definitely connected. But here we go with that ball's not even on the line. It's just a thievery. All right, so Stacchio with the corner, third corner for Canada, put in. And it goes in. It's an own goal. It's an own goal.
Oh,
I don't know what just happened here, but the ball is in the net. The ball is in the net. 24th.
did anyone touch him? I don't think so.
Goal. We are waiting to see who it's by, but we are updating that banner.
Yeah, I don't think it.
Oh, so yeah, double. It was a double doink, double touch.
Hey, it's in the net, so you take it.
Yep, yep.
Man,
We
look.
don't complain.
Am I seeing it? Come on, Chelsea on there?
Own goal coming, and now we get to see Canada go.
All right, so look at that. I just went and put on Peru and Haiti as well.
Ah, so we are up this week. Goal, own goal, double. Yeah, come on, Chelsea. Yeah, beautiful, a beautiful ricochet off of everything. But we are in the 20 hydration break coming on right here. But good start for Canada. I agree. I agree. They look. It doesn't matter how it goes in, as long as at the end of the night we have one more than them.
Same matters.
Yep. Yep. If this
Yeah,
was
we definitely
hockey,
have
this
to
would
do
be
a shout
yeah.
out to Haiti, though. Sold out.
I, I I said it yesterday, man. I wish if we had affordable tickets for Haiti, my guy. Also, it'd be a mess.
The price
I
will
was
drop.
just thinking this. I was thinking this just now. Listen, I watched that. Those were my two most confusing goals I've ever seen in my life. Right when Atiba scored off of the double, the I saw that, I was like, did he just 1-0, 1-0? We out here in these streets, 1-0. Uh, I think it was O'Brien. I think it was O'Brien. But we will see what the official score gives us. Why are these fans not clear what the chanting should be? Because because we have a supporter section, but we're not quite at that point where we know what we should be saying.
Oh,
Everyone. The best that we were at that point was the qualification day against Jamaica, where it was like, nah, everybody get on this page. We handed out lyrics. That he is. That he is. Yep, Crapo off the line, gets it and clears it. Ireland with the ball now, building, and we'll see what they're able to do here. But that all you can say, it's created off of the press. Kone with a late run, forcing a bad clearance, and then from there, we start to see some fun. He's definitely Cornelius with the ball, looking. We'll see what he's able to do. Fuji out to Johnston, looking to go out wide, but turned over. Ireland tries to go with clearing through line pass, but not able to connect it back to Ireland. And now they build up, and now Canada sits back to see what they can build here. Let's see what they're able to do. Amakwa with looking, throws it in. Ireland tries to go in the middle, but swarmed by black shirts. One, you have Laren on the break, looking to who to clear. Tries to chip it over and deflected, and another corner coming for Canada. Can it be two? Can it be two WTF goals? Yes, definitely. Also, apparently the Moo shirt is winning tonight, so yeah, this is gonna be on when they wear the blacks kits, the black kits. Yeah. Stacchio with another corner. This is corner number 4 for Canada. You can't have 4 set pieces. That's one thing. If you're dominating the game, which it feels like Canada is doing right now, they're definitely more in on the front foot. You need to be more clinical with your. They go short again. Again tries to turn, but unable, and the ball put out wide, and you can see the gap closing, but dealt with. And here we have Kone out to Miller. Canada building up again. Cornelius looking, but hey, they're trying different things with this corners. Which I mean, you have new things to defend, but at some point, hey, just put it right in. Like, how do you like the short corner game? How Canada's played it so far?
For me,
Yeah, for you.
well, I don't watch Canada as much. I'm still trying to decipher the type of play that you guys have.
We're chaos merchants.
What's up?
We're pressing chaos team. We're a pressing chaos team.
I don't know if it's chaos at this moment.
Oh, I know. I don't think it's chaos right now. They're much more Holden, Larea looking.
Yeah, because that's
inside. Kone, they're getting their triangles. Miller tries to be a little bit too fancy.
Yeah.
And a foul. Miller is making decisions. Miller is, you know, when a player is confident and you're like, just too confident? Miller right now is confident.
Right. Going into a World Cup, you have to be overconfident.
I wouldn't say we're dominating. I think it's just old school counterattack against a low block. We look poor. I would agree, and that's something we've always struggled with, just getting a better handle. If they could pick a few locks here, I would feel supremely better, but beggars aren't choosers here. We're up 1-0. Ball put in the middle. Ireland with the ball, looking to see what they can do.
Yeah, I won't say dominate just yet because it looks...
that's fair. And that's actually more accurate than anything. Miller tries the press, but back to the keeper, John Patrick with the line. It looks like Canada's trying a little more defensively responsible tonight. Their offense was a lot more chaotic. Yes, well, their offense was just never on the same page. But that I agree. And it helps when they're not all covering for each other just because of fitness. So again, most of the lineup, we'll see what they can do. Max looking to start it up out to Alistair. Ireland trying to come in to put a little pressure. They go deep. And here comes Joe David. He was onside. Cuts it back. Tejan, Liam, blocked. And we're going for another set piece goal. Set piece coming. And to that point, Nelson's on the ball. Old school counterattack looking good. We go long ball direct. Joe David gets onto it. A good centering ball to both either Tejan or...
My question is how they going to want to play even during the World Cup?
Who?
Canada?
Ask the question again.
So is it Canada's style of play right here when you're saying old school
counter?
Good turn?
Yeah, I would say.
All right, might be a little rough.
It's a little rusty. No doubt. Yeah, I see that. Issue is this with the setup. Yeah, they don't look fit. I agree. Their match fitness, they're not all match fit.
Oh,
Kone with a turn, puts it on, and dribbles wide.
We have trouble over there in Miami. Haiti just scored again.
Miami, it's going to burn. The city's going to burn. Corner coming in, set up, fall, get a shot, and offside. Counter-wise, they look far better on the counter. But again, against a low, that's where it gets the fall. And that, they've not looked good breaking down. But again, on the replay, Liam, oh, no. He was, that's a tough call.
Oh man, I know I'm watching this game, but Haiti is looking way too good.
Yeah, I hear you.
Haiti is the only. You do
Ooh,
not put them in
yeah.
Miami because if you put them in Miami or close enough to Florida, they might take over the stadium and they
If
might
they
win the whole thing at the end.
if the tickets were affordable, Miami, New York, you're done.
I mean,
With the Knicks playing, city done. NYPD go home. Put your badges away, go home.
they're like,
But it's not. But no, is good question.
no,
Is
it
Norman
will
Mills
be a
typically
party, not.
yeah. Oh, for sure. Is Mills typically a scoring threat? I've never thought of him that way, but maybe I missed something. He can be. I,
I don't know.
he's for how he plays, he's on the wrong side because again, a lot of what he's doing is cutting inside. He's a right footer playing left, but that's all you have. And so where the issue becomes for him is if he's on the right side, I think he's better distributing. When he's on the left side, he's favoring his stronger foot. I don't think I won't go as far to say he's a 1 foot player, but he definitely favors that right side. So on the left, he's not looking to cross always. He's looking to cut inside and score. But that's just more habitual than it is the player's mentality. Well, it has the mentality as well. But into the stage as per usual. Good sir, good sir. Nelson, what are you liking for the game so far?
They look dangerous on the counterattack.
Yeah.
But also they it's equal parts look good on the counter, but they don't look it's rusty. I heard what Musa said. Like
Mhm.
it's kind of rusty. It's not clean.
Yeah.
When you watch a US game, the States actually looked good.
Yeah.
Like their counter looks really good.
Mhm.
This looks more like a team that really hasn't had time to. Oh, Miller's.
Turning, moving. Yep. Gets out to Tejan. Tejan looking.
Or
Puts
unless
in.
they're just trying to play at the
Mm.
speed that Ireland came with.
Yeah,
It,
like trying
yeah.
to stop them from setting the defensive structure.
Yeah.
The only concern I have is like Bosnia will not play like this.
No.
So I don't understand the types of teams we've played coming up. Like right now, you should be playing teams that you're going to be like teams that set up similar to the teams you're going to face in the World Cup. Ireland actually are quite open. We should have played like teams that have a more rigid defensive structure, like teams that are really happy to go 0-0.
Mm.
They gave up Bennett such a bad ball. But Ireland have been really shocking.
Yeah.
Like, let's be honest, have these guys even crossed the half? Like, it feels they get
Just off
past the half and
turnovers,
they
it
just
feels
shut
like.
off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just off some bad passes from Canada. Kone
Mhm.
just down here, but off of just trying to get back on the counter. That's like the one player you don't. Oh, just gets hit in the face.
Yeah.
Um, but
Good
no,
season from Kone, though.
oh yeah, I think
Of
he's Canada's
Sassuolo.
best player for off the European season, hands down. And I
Mhm.
think that's where I think you have to like. I think the defensive side they played a lot of South American sides coming. They played Colombia, they played Ecuador, they played Venezuela before. So
Yeah,
maybe
but
they feel like
no, but
they had
those
enough there. But
nah, you need it's because Venezuela and those are short teams. You're
mhm.
going to face one of the tallest teams in the competition
They
first
no
game.
the tallest. It's the tallest.
Oh, it is the tallest.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you're facing the tallest and rigidly defensive, like I think, look at the space. Look at the space that is in the middle.
Yeah.
This 3-4-2-1 structure that Ireland are playing with. You're not going to have that space.
No.
They're going to sit in a back like 4-4-2 slash 4-2-3-1, and it's going to be no space in the middle, none.
Yeah.
So again, maybe this is to hype up. This seemed like maybe they're assessed it as a team that they can beat, but
It could be
I'm happy
that.
that they won the up. To be fair,
Yeah. And it's also just what's it called? Yeah, like I think when it was announced, Ireland was still alive in the playoffs, so maybe they figured that would definitely be a World Cup team that they would be playing before. But again, I think the stylistic side is fair, especially knowing the group and like Kuma says it, he says it well, right? I think this is like the CSA. We're still in a spot where we get who we can get. So like if we get Wales on the one weekend, it's like, hey, we got Wales. Let's go. But yeah, like I think the availability of teams, we aren't necessarily the draw yet.
Dude, you can't tell me Canada can't get Sudan. You think you can't call Sudan right now?
No, that's a,
Well,
here's
the average height is like 6'3".
This
Like,
is
come
true.
on.
If it's just for height, you'd be like, yeah, call Sudan, call South
Yeah.
Sudan. But I think, yeah, there's a degree though selling the game, right? Because the Uzbekistan is one thing, but I think them having a name would have definitely they factor that in here a bit because Ireland, yes, in Montreal, definitely was.
But you're not selling. You're trying to set up. Like
Yeah.
this isn't a like a financial gain thing.
No,
This is
agreed.
we need Canadians are going to show up. That's the one thing. Like look at this. This is pretty good. Just
Yeah.
look at the Canadian side. Ignore even the Irish side. It's fully packed,
Mhm.
and these are the cheap tickets. So
Yes.
we could play. I don't know Kiribati, and still fill up the stadium. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? So like
Yeah.
I think I think we should be setting these boys up at the best we can. And to me, this is still like fairly
Buchanan off
Yeah.
locked, but yeah, no, I think that's a fair point. And as we said, we do struggle to get good friendlies, but
now
I
look
think
at France. France played Ivory Coast for a reason.
yes,
There's a
because they're
reason
trying
they
to,
played Ivory Coast.
Yes.
They know that they're going to face Senegal, and they
Yes.
looked at a team that has exceptional good wingers, good width, and they attack like they are not afraid to attack them. That's why
Yeah.
they played Ivory Coast. Us playing Ireland makes
we picked
makes
Ireland
sense.
before we had like before our group. I'm pretty sure I could be off on the dates, but I'm pretty sure our last two friendlies were decided before we had our group settled. Well, no, we knew the last game was in Montreal. We knew that, and Ireland I think came in a little bit afterwards, but
Oh, so the
Uzbekistan was
assumption is-
early.
So the assumption was Italy might be the team.
Yes.
Okay, that makes sense because they played 3-4-2-1.
Mhm.
Okay. Now I'm
And
not as upset.
sometimes they also check the plans for the other teams like Ireland, who are they playing against
Yeah.
next for all the
Mm.
travels and I think unfortunately, like you mentioned, right, depending on like the country that's looking to do friendlies, sometimes it's a lot easier if France makes the call. There's not that many countries that will say no for a friendly because that
That's
is the
France.
point, right? That's why they always call now they're starting to call Senegal a lot more when it comes to, hey, we might play an African country. Guess who's the
Mhm.
first on the sheet?
On the line.
Yeah.
Argentina tried to get Senegal, but they only had Gambia, so that's why
Yeah.
they went.
Oh, no way. Argentina called Senegal?
Yeah.
Yes, that's what
Yeah.
they wanted
Ah.
first. But Senegal and Gambia, those are brothers. So
Almost
when they
a
had it
break,
planned,
but
And Gambia's a good side too. It's not like it's an easy side to face.
No,
Gambia
yeah.
a very good team now.
here we got Liam Miller marauding through the middle, passes back again, looking great on the counter. Kone turns back in the middle, back to Stacchio, and now they're going to step a bit, but now you have Larea on the left. In the middle, David, Kone looking, but back to Stacchio. Low roller pass, ball is bouncing. David looking, goes down, is tripped. No, he's told to get up. No penalty. Back to the action.
Can I be honest? I don't like the fact that Miller keeps coming in. I
He's
think
on
he
his
needs-
offside, right?
No, well, either way, like I don't understand why we're not playing with width. Like this, there's no natural width on the left side.
Yes.
Like every single time he cuts in, and I know he's cutting into his stronger side, but if he's cutting in, he should be closer to the box.
Mhm.
Like he's cutting in half, like 5 meters from or 5 yards from the
Yeah.
halfway line. Makes no sense.
He need to learn how to
No, yeah,
PK better.
just okay. Let's take a look at this. That's light.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's
that was
light.
after the fact. He
Yeah,
fell
that
after
was
the
that was.
yes. But it looks like one of the challenge though for Canada looks like Ireland is playing rough. No.
Yeah,
I actually do think that could be called for. It's weak, but
but the
it's
contact
soft,
is there.
but
Yeah.
there's contact here.
Mhm.
That could honestly in the World Cup that genuinely can be called as a
With the
pen.
powers of VAR, I agree.
Yeah.
That ref
Everything
could
is
go.
different when it's
Is there
slow
VR
mo.
for this game or no?
No. Okay,
Okay.
inside Johnson puts a shot. Nothing. Yeah,
They
the
probably
right
do.
side looks better width wise. They really need a left winger.
Amy said that she regrets the bet.
That she made with her twin. Yeah, we've apparently her twin convinced her to make a bet that whoever, if Argentina wins the World Cup, twin has to take a spoonful of tapio hot sauce. If twin loses, then there's a spoonful of hot sauce that is on the line here, and I'm like, why would you let your family like? There's got to be more to this. And a Mexican Argentine home, how do you get suckered into
Yeah, I
this?
don't. Can we be honest? I don't think Argentina was winning this.
I do
I
not
I,
think.
I think that they're so weak. This like I'm
Yeah.
looking at the squad. A lot of the good Argentinian players haven't been good this season.
Yeah.
Now
Freeman's
they might
official
show
stat,
up.
exactly. Yep.
They might show up. Argentinians are just like Brazilians. They show up at World Cups, but like,
But Di Maria is no longer there.
is Messi's in there anymore?
Yeah.
Julian
Messi
Alvarez
was-
is playing well at Atletico Madrid. To be fair, that's a really good player. But
Yeah.
like Lisandro Martinez, if he plays, has been injured basically the whole season.
Yeah.
Um,
I'm not interested.
Barrios is good
Yeah.
at he's Argentinian, right? Atletico Madrid. He's very good. Ooh,
So, yeah.
cannon.
Yeah, that's bad touch, but gets it back.
Yeah.
And I think their goalkeeper is still not 100% either.
Oh,
Yeah.
Martinez. Martinez not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's not been
Yes.
practicing. All right.
Oh.
I mean, he's been practicing separately too. Even though I don't think too much of him, but he's still their number one goalkeeper.
I think he's a very good goalkeeper. I actually think he's one of the best goalkeepers in the world. People don't like him because of his antics, but I actually like him.
For his antics or for his goalkeeping?
No, his goalkeeping. He's always been.
I'm just
excellent
making sure.
goalkeeper.
I'm just making sure.
Always. I think people hate on him a lot. Personally, I think he's a very, very good goalkeeper.
I'm one of them.
Yeah, but you just remember.
Let's be honest.
Saves.
If you look at that defense that was ahead of him when they won the World Cup, guys like
Yeah.
Otamendi, it was him. It was primarily Martinez helping them get to that World Cup.
He
It wasn't
made one,
Otamendi or Romero.
he made one save that made his career.
Oi, that's crazy.
And then, and the
I
best
like that,
time
though.
that I ever had was at the end of that season when he was starting to cry and he was applauding people like he thought a big club was going to call and swoop him up.
Mhm.
He was saying his goodbye, and then the summer goes through.
No, because Manchester
bad.
United were going in for him.
No, they
And
were
then-
not.
No, they
he heard
were.
rumors.
There was-
He heard rumors. He heard like
Yeah.
the normal stuff, right? You just won the World Cup. Now everybody talks. But
No,
it was
no,
nothing.
seriously. No, United were in for him. And then I think the price was too high. And then that's when they went and got Lamens. They went and got the Belgian keeper. But like they were actually in for him. And let's be honest, he's been good for Aston Villa. And he was good at Arsenal too. I just think Raya is obviously better.
Head and shoulders.
All
Yeah.
right, so we are at halftime. Canada with the own goal are ahead off of a set
Amy
piece.
just called out my favorite person. I apologize, Amy. I didn't realize you know ball like that. Nico Paz is probably the best player in it, like the best player in Italy right now.
Mhm.
I'm better than Yildiz and stuff.
Yeah.
Like Nico Paz is amazing.
That he is. That he is. And Villa did want to offload Emi Martinez.
Yeah.
Yep. These are
Yeah,
the lives we live. But as we said, 1-0 for Canada. We're just vibing our way through here. At this point, I think I'm gonna just have like a free for all Friday where I just put the link out, be like, y'all just come on and talk. Well, what do y'all think? Give me your wildest outline of takes. Let's see what you have. But hoping we see the B squad from here on out again in the second half. I think we saw Parrots back and playing. That's good for Ireland after the knock. But yeah, it's the game before the World Cup. I say maybe max another 10 minutes. Max, you go up to the 60th minute and then after that, wholesale line change. Everyone out. Dan Gomes comes in, just change everyone and come through. Or if you want to see one last combination, maybe you put on like a Nelson out wide.
But why would you wait for 60 minutes? I think you do it immediately. I'm actually agreeing with John because the issue you don't want is any of your top guys to get injured right now.
Yes.
Or not even like injured, just risk it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, or they'll probably just give a little time for some of those guys to warm up. So that might be, that 7 to 12 minutes.
Yeah.
And then do the whole 3 and then 5. And then that's when the game gets good then. Because that's where, if you watch all the other friendlies, all of the scores that have happened, it was not in the first half. It was the second half. From 60 down, that's when all of the games opened up.
US and Senegal, though, that was all first half.
Yeah, yes, that was good. Yeah. Unfortunately, I was not able to watch it. I was coaching. I had the parents that was telling me the score, but that was not a fun one to listen to. But hey,
Nelson, I have a question for you after you guys finish here.
There you go.
Okay. So, Nelson, I have a question for you. You mentioned like Canada against the low block, right? They're just, you mentioned the width, you mentioned those things. I mean, we're looking at SofaScore's rating. Like, what would you change to improve what Canada's doing? Because in transition, counterattacking, they look fine. But when they face a low block, because it's been an issue for them, like, what would you change tactically to see to get some better results for them against teams that will bunker down defensively and not give them the space that Ireland sometimes gives them here?
Well, honestly, low blocks are broken down in only one way. You need people with the ability to beat players one-on-one. That's the only way. So Buchanan and Miller would have to show. Buchanan is probably the best person to break down a low block because he's comfortable cutting in and going around. Like going through the byline, hit a square cross. Like he'd be the perfect person. But I don't like how Miller's dribbling. Personally, like he's starting to cut in too early. And if you notice, he goes into the midfield where we're getting congested.
Yes,
because Kone is sitting deep. Eustaquio, is that how you pronounce him? Eustaquio is also sitting deep because they're concerned about the counter. And also being the available for the pass, but he should be cutting in further forward, personally. And you want to see him implement multiple different ways. So if they go, I think the setup isn't bad. It's how even the team isn't bad. It's a question of where do you think it's weakest, and in that case, you target the fullbacks. The fullbacks are slow, so if you can get them to overcommit, get fouls. So you probably have to work on also set pieces, like a lot, because that's the only way you're going to beat a low block. You have to score one so that they open up, and then you just, hit them on the counter where we're most dangerous. So yeah.
No, that's fair because again, we've said it at the beginning. I'll say it again. Those are their two healthy wingers of the roster that was selected. Are those two, right? Nelson, who will come in, who might make it. I know there's talk about him. There's talk about Priso making it just for the defenders. Those are their options. I think Nelson fits a lot better on the left, just because I think he attacks the end line a little bit more aggressively than cuts inside versus Miller, who's looking to cut in. Like he's trying to hit that top of the box curler all the time. Like that's
Mhm.
just how he's playing. When you're looking at, say, the defenders, Musa, right, for Canada, do you think they're getting caught up too high in this game? Or do you think their spacing is working well enough for how Canada's in the build up in terms of just moving the ball, distributing, and being available for the passing?
But for how low Ireland has been playing, I don't think they've
Yeah.
been too high, right? Because if they were maybe dropping back a little bit, that's where there'll be more to a counter for Ireland.
Mm.
So
Mhm.
right now they're just suffocating them in their half. So at this moment, rinse and repeat, pretty much the exact same thing.
I think the Uzbekistan game, that one showcased the high line was an issue. Because let's be honest, Uzbekistan should have scored. The guy,
Twice, yeah,
yeah,
chips it off, yeah.
like chips it, doesn't just chip it off, chips it to the corner flag, like made no sense.
Yeah.
But I think the good thing is Bosnia don't have a lot of pace.
Mhm.
So that's the only thing that you will get lucky with. But if they can frustrate Italy, they will frustrate Canada. That's
Yeah.
just a fact.
Mhm.
Like,
It's not an if.
yeah,
They will.
yeah, exactly.
They-
They will.
yeah.
Yeah.
Because and just the whole highlight that you were talking about. So I watched them how they play against Italy.
Mhm.
They literally suffocated Italy because left, right, middle, they had runners. And
Yep.
I forgot the kid from technically it's from the US, from
Mhm.
Colorado.
Yeah.
It
Yeah.
sing by himself handle Italy.
Mm.
So you guys will have to watch the game tomorrow because that will tell you a lot of how Bosnia is going to play. Because at Energizer Park, they also love to water the ground, the pitch a lot more.
Yeah.
So
Mhm.
they will be using their speed and passes against Panama a lot more. So you most likely will see a high tempo Bosnia play tomorrow because
Mhm.
they're playing in St. Louis,
Mhm.
literally in front of their hometown. Like
Okay.
I don't know if you guys know, but St. Louis has the most Bosnian in the world, second to Bosnia.
In St. Louis,
Yes,
Missouri.
that's why they made a way to come here first, even though they know they're playing away, is
Mhm.
because literally, look, Bosnia second Bosnia is here. And the funny story, Checo, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
When CD was doing the U.S. tour here, they were nowhere near St. Louis. He took private plane, came to St. Louis, went and met the whole community there, did the whole speech and all that. Took
Yeah.
private plane and went back to New York to play.
Oh, that's it.
That's how serious it is. So,
And
if
by
you
the
guys are
way,
playing- so watch them tomorrow because I think the one
You'll
that
see.
the Bosnia you see from the World Cup,
will show up.
they want to show up tomorrow,
Mhm.
And
and it's going to be sold out.
I told Aquasi this. I have Bosnian friends. They're showing up. They
Oh.
will be there. Like
Yeah.
if Canadians expect because Bosnia is a tiny country, they love each other significantly, and this is their number one sport. So they are going to be there in droves.
They're
I
coming.
know people.
They don't care what the
didn't-
ticket price. They saw
they
the ticket
didn't-
price. Like,
yeah.
we're
I
going.
would have- yeah, and they didn't care if they don't care about Italy, they're not even caring about Canada. Let's be honest. They're thinking we're getting out of this group right now. That's a mentality they have. And I agree with you, Musa. I did watch a Bosnia Italy game, and what was interesting was how they nullified that midfield. That midfield of Tonali, Barre, and what's his name, Locatelli. Like
Yeah.
they completely nullified them. But my concern is, the good thing about the Canadian side is they play a lot faster than how Italy play. Italy are more
Yeah.
methodical in their play. They're exceptionally too tactical. I think that's the thing that they need to. I know it's their strengths, but it's also a weakness when you're facing a team like a Bosnia.
Yeah.
We just have to play them at a pace that they're uncomfortable in. The
Which is-
problem is
yeah.
if they adjust, then it's an issue. That's the
It-
concern.
it's a type of game where they if they're gonna play at that pace, they need to finish. Like you need one, you need a half like this, but you probably need 2 goals realistically.
No, you need
Right.
just the one, in my
Just the
opinion.
just the
Just
one.
the one. You
I'm
have to
gonna
score
be
first.
greedy. I'm gonna be greedy. I'll take 2.
No,
But
no,
yeah,
no.
I-
but
I said one because that's when they'll open up, and if they
Yes.
open up,
then
then we
that
get the
opens the
chance
game
to
for
score
yeah.
second.
Fair.
Yeah, because if they score
Yeah.
first, it's we don't win, in my opinion. No, not even
Fair.
win. We lose that game.
early too. And he has
Yeah.
to be early.
Yeah.
Get the crowd with you, and then maybe it's an environment.
I don't know
that
if
is
you can
running.
get the crowd with you. 'Cause
Yeah, I'm gonna
Listen,
be honest.
the crowd might be
I'm-
60%
I'm hearing-
Bosnian, but
I'm watching these chants and I'm like, buddy.
the Bosnians are coming. The
From what
Bosnians are
I'm
taking
hearing-
everything apparently.
Yeah,
They made
But,
the announcement.
yeah.
Did you hear when they made the World Cup? They literally said the entire community, wherever they are in the state, they said, if you don't have a place to stay, we have stores, we have houses, we have a bed. You just come. As long as you have your ticket to come to the US, you have somewhere to sleep. That's how I heard my Bosnian friends. So that tells you
it's
they don't
serious.
need somewhere to sleep.
Yeah.
As long as they have a
Because-
ticket, they say
for
they have
them-
somewhere to sleep. I'm like,
This-
okay.
When was the last time Bosnia was in the World Cup?
I don't.
That was
Uh,
Was
no.
it
No.
the 94? 90, no, sorry. The two. Oh, they came to St. Louis. Is that 2014 Brazil?
Yeah, 2014. Yeah.
Yeah, it was one of those. Yeah,
Yeah. It was 2014. So
Because they
So
came
they-
also to St. Louis to play, and I went and watched them.
yeah, so it's 14 years since. Not 14. 12 years. They've missed basically 3 World Cups, or 2 World Cups. They missed 2, and now this one. So we're looking at a team that is really excited, like
To be there, yeah.
exceptionally excited, and it's in a place where a lot of them already are in the States.
Yeah,
So
it's accessible for them. Yeah.
It's accessible for them.
Mhm.
So coming up to Canada wouldn't be an issue.
Mhm.
Going down to the US wouldn't be an issue.
Mhm.
Sure, a lot
So-
of them are Americans.
Yeah, a bunch of them are Americans. My boy's American. He's American. He's American Bosnian. He's going. He's coming to the first game. He told me, he's like, "We're coming."
Yeah.
It's so
Okay,
one
so-
or two of us.
No, I see you. I
Ah.
see you.
Yeah, so that's the one that when they last, and you know who they play against here before going? Cote d'Ivoire.
Oh, of course.
Oh.
Yes.
But like, yeah,
It's
the only
gonna be
Canada question because this is why we're here. Anyway, I don't mind the conversation. We're having fun, and we'll keep you guys abreast of the game. But I have it rolling on the scroll text, guy. Who's your player of the half? But also, do you just rotate just to keep everyone healthy, or do you play another 10 minutes to see if maybe he's going?
I'd
from-
rotate.
like
I'd
I don't
fully
mind
rotate.
rotating because I think there's a few players that you're playing. Give them a half. Maybe you have 2 players playing for 1 slot. Like some of the stats, this game has been Canada dominated, minus a few moments for Ireland. But yeah, like let me know what you guys think. But I am fully with you. You've seen they've looked better than Uzbekistan first half. That's great. That's one of the things I was looking for. They have to look
Mhm.
cohesive and good, and they did. Now you rotate, see what else, figure out who your first 9s are coming off, who your first wingers. If you have to go to a midfield 3, do that. Dane and Max, the goalies didn't have to do anything, other than the Troy Payne. Troy Payne. I'm everywhere today. Other than the Troy Parrott chance, Max doesn't have to do anything. All right. This would be like my Max second goal, and then full sail changes at 60 minutes. I'm fine with that. I
After
wonder if Marsh
15
feels
minutes?
like he has to.
I feel like that's so long. You're basically saying players play 60 minutes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's too close to a World Cup.
That's too much.
I hear you. The counter
I
would
genuinely
be:
could do that.
this is a team that they need the reps, and it looks like they're going to keep most of their players coming out here.
You got a few subs.
Tim
Like,
Payne, yes,
Cora?
yes, right. Yeah, Ireland are making changes
Michael?
here.
No, it looks like.
Yeah, let's see.
Yeah, and plus the reason why they will make a lot of change quickly too also is that you want those other guys to also have a little bit of a warm up.
Exactly.
They're not as cold as the others because
Yeah. Okay, so one change for Canada. What we just saw, Nico Segura's coming on for Alistair Johnston. So one fullback swapped. Richie
Look at that
playing
defense.
there.
They run a lot.
Yeah. But do they do anything else?
Yeah. I'm telling you, everybody's talking about Bosnia here, so I hope you guys will be watching.
Yeah, well, some of
We'll
us
be
will.
there. Yeah.
I need to see. I need to see what we're seeing.
I'll be there.
Mhm.
Yes.
So just the one change for Canada. Only Alistair off for Nico Segur. And
Oh,
we are off. Canada moving now left to right. And Tejan immediately on the attack.
not a bad
Getting to
start.
the byline. Crosses in early. Kyle Laren tries to put it on frame, but can't keep it on the frame. Goal kick, or are we going to?
I'm like a couple seconds behind you.
Yeah, like this is the most. This is the closest the game play and the screen that I'm watching are actually in sync. Like I'm only 10 seconds off on this, so I'm like
Mm,
I'm giving this perfect. But I do agree with this. A 2-win would boost confidence. 2-0 win would boost team confidence and a bit more game time for the starters to give them more chemistry. Corner coming up, directly put in, headed away. Liam Miller going out to Richie Larea. Richie Larea looking back to Liam. Going out. Stefan Eustachio puts down the line. Liam tries to turn, tries to beats his man, puts it inside to the corner. Kone tries to put it on frame, and off wide goal kick coming for Canada. I like that action, but yes, Kone, you should have been on frame. But I like that action, and like you said, Nelson.
See why I said Miller
Yeah.
should go. Miller should go actually on the outside more often, because
Yes.
if you keep cutting in, you're just congesting one part of the field.
Mhm.
You have to adapt, because by stretching the fullback, or in this case the wing back,
Yeah.
what you get is clear open spaces for you to cut back. So every single time that he's cutting in early, he's actually messing up the
Yeah.
attacking structure.
Mhm.
But I do like. I will say something. I will give one really good positive. I think Canada's press has been exceptional. I actually have to give a lot of props to Jesse Marsh for that. Like, this has been an exceptional. Like, it didn't work for Uzbekistan, by the way. If and if that's how we play against Bosnia, we will. Like, Dzeko is a much better striker. Like, he will finish. He
Yeah.
will score.
My God.
Like, you cannot get and it's not just Dzeko. That's the issue with Bosnia. Like, they have way too many good players for you to just go, oh yeah, we'll just waste we'll allow one or two chances here. No.
Mhm.
You know, and he's resting. I don't think he's playing tomorrow.
No, he
Yeah.
won't play. Yeah. But with someone
Alright.
like Dzeko, you don't want to play. You don't want to push him. He's old.
Mhm.
He's
Yeah,
not
that was
40 now.
not dealt with well.
Yeah.
Unless they're probably going to give him like 5 minutes just so they see
just to
him
stretch
on
up.
on the pitch.
Mhm. Yeah, that's some bad marking. So corner
But I
coming up.
find it interesting that most teams, including Senegal, I don't know if this is a thing, but most teams with squad depth, their best players are coming on the bench. They're coming, sorry, from the bench. They're not starting. Like, even when I look at Bosnia's last game, Memic and all of them, they came from the bench. They didn't start.
Yeah,
I
because
don't know.
some of
That
them
must be like a
extended
tactical thing.
seasons.
Mm,
Yeah, some of them, you know, the whole what they have in today's world, the whole load management.
yeah.
They start looking at the players that played season plus tournament, and
Mhm.
pretty much if you sniffed a little bit of the final and you've played a little bit of final, you most likely will not be playing the upcoming friendly because
Yeah.
Now, can I also say something? The way Canada just defended that corner, I don't know if you saw FIFA just updated its rulings on how they're going to be defending corners. You will not be able to hold people in the World Cup. Just so you know. So how
Yeah.
Canada defended that corner, that's a pen.
Yeah.
Just so you can so these are slight things that first game, I think people are going to be really
There's,
upset.
yeah, new
Yeah,
rule
because
shock is
they
going to
wouldn't
be. Oh,
understand.
yeah.
Because the
Empire
whole
has been
season,
pissed.
the whole season has been poor. If you've been watching like the European leagues,
Well, you know how
heck,
Arsenal won it
it's yeah, Arsenal won the league by
like that.
manhandling everyone.
Corners, yeah.
Yeah,
But
and
yeah,
then when they went, but go on,
what you
sorry,
mentioned, that's how a lot of players have raised. Says why are you putting the rules now?
now,
Um,
yeah, but
you gotta
it
give
had
them
to
another
happen.
time. Yes.
It had to happen.
Mhm.
You can't play football like that. Wasn't football. We were watching MMA. Like it was, people were holding. It didn't make sense.
It was
So, in my opinion,
haram
there was
football.
haram football. Yeah, it was haram football. We've never seen a season where teams put so much focus on set pieces.
Yeah.
They weren't even
Dejan
trying to
going
create
wide,
goals.
crossing, but no one there.
and the wrong version, right? If it's
Yeah.
a free kick, yes, we want to see those, but
Mhm.
the dead ball from the corners, that's what was the ugliest.
Yeah, those are so ugly. If not only corners, throw-ins. Like throw-ins were also pretty
Like a
bad
deep
too.
throw. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, deep
throws.
throw-in.
Yeah.
Like Michael Coyote's throw-in. Oh my days. You'd struggle.
So that's a free kick.
True. Yeah. But yeah, I think the biggest concern I have for Canada right now, like even with that, is just
That's a
our
great question.
match
That's a great
fitness.
Mhm.
We just don't have healthy players.
Yeah.
And it's not, and then when you get them, the ones that are healthy, you don't have, like we said this the Uzbekistan game, right? You had the group of players who were match fit and had good seasons, and you could tell who they were. They were sharp, moving. The players who had up and down seasons, who were hesitant in their movements and runs, and then the people who are clearly just fresh off the rehab table. And all those three together just created a lot of just uneasiness, just very meh-ish as Canada gets the break here.
But let me tell you something, Quill. I'm hoping that's how we pronounce the name.
Yeah.
But I guarantee a lot of countries have injuries. You just don't know it yet. Like France's team, I'm telling you, almost half of that team is injured. Like if you actually go through,
I'll put that on us.
no, it's true. Like Saliba back injury, Dembele looked injured during the Champions League final.
Yeah.
And a lot of that load management was because they knew this World Cup was coming. And a lot of them were probably telling the coach, hey, let's be honest. I looked at that PSG team, and is it the whole squad played less than 50% of the games in the league?
Yep.
So you're looking at, I guarantee, yes, Canada looks bad.
Offside.
A lot of countries are going to be like this.
Yeah.
Don't be shocked. Don't be shocked.
Like,
it just looks bad because
yeah.
we're looking at it from our perspective.
No,
We're
for
not
sure.
looking at the other one.
And like Nee's points that you made yesterday, like the similarities that you have for 2002 were a long European season, half the teams traveling way around the world, maybe not as healthy, and playing in the middle of the day for some of them, or at an awkward time for them. It's gonna be very. I think there will be games that will be more competitive, but then there will be some games where it looks like both sides or one side is fighting through the mud and just fighting through it.
Teams, yes.
Yeah.
And that's why a lot of people say that the Qatar, we probably saw the best football we've seen in a long time.
100%.
One of the reasons was because they were in the middle of the season and they were fresh and they were in top shape.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They only played a few games.
Yes.
They were ready. They were just about to be at peak
their
fitness,
form,
and then the World Cup started. Yes. Yeah, this is. I'm not joking. This might be one of the worst World Cups you've seen in a long time, because and not because of the venue or anything. It's a combination of effects. It's one, this World Cup is going to be hot. Two, the amount of games people have played. All the African teams have played AFCON and a regular season and now coming to the World Cup. So don't be shocked if all the African nations get knocked out early. It's just they've played way too many games. No, it's true. We've played way too many games. So you look at So I think a lot of the countries that are going to do well are the ones who have good squad depth and not a lot of injuries.
Mhm.
Just let's be honest here.
It's definitely, there's also the traveling part that
Yeah.
not that not many are used to traveling. Multi countries
yeah.
technically
Yeah.
to play a game, and some of them, geez, South Africa and Mexico, they're in Mexico, like Japan is in Mexico, like
Mhm.
Yeah.
oh,
By the way,
wow.
Japan's one of my dark horses. I was doing one of those like you know what? I'll send it to you, Akwasi, so you can put it up. It's like a branch game, just to see who you expect to win.
Yeah.
And let me tell you, at first I would say like England and all these things.
Liam Miller.
Then I put them in brackets. Oh,
Yeah.
Miller.
Oi.
Miller. Liam. Buddy.
Clears that ball like a legend.
Like, look, the Alouettes season just got started, man. You're not making that team. Like, you got the world. Liam. Make the goalie make a save.
That's the Parisian saying when they go and say, "Il a tué 4 pigeons."
Right?
Because that ball was high. Oh,
Sounds
it's a
playing
Parisian
rugby.
joke, but yeah.
This guy's
Yeah. I mean, but he's probably your starting left winger because who else is healthy? No one. Schaffelberg.
he's not a bad winger though. Like even in this game, I don't think he's been poor. I just think
Some of his
it's like
decision making has been off.
yeah. But this happens. This is why you have to play them.
Yeah. It's a game, yeah. Like again, your point on him if he stays wide and then attacks, I think that helps them so much. But in this situation, he had the run, and it's just even if he passes it off, I would have accepted that. I would have accepted him passing it off.
They are giving cards.
Yeah, Cornelius got a card earlier, but yeah. Deep throw, dealt with.
Oi. Wait, is that a pen?
It's got to be a pen for where it happened.
Dude, yeah, that's a pen, right? That's just
wait. That should be a red.
Yeah, that's a red.
That's a red. That's a high
that
court.
Should be that's
a red.
That should be a red.
What
yeah.
Yeah, that's a clear red.
Yeah.
You're lucky there's no VAR, bro. You're very lucky. That's a red.
You do not need VAR for that.
Look at how high he's.
That should be a
like. And by the way, you can see he was looking at him. He saw him coming, and he still put his foot up.
That's
crazy.
Those are the ones that those are the ones where a committee comes back and gives you extra.
Yeah, extra games.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
So penalty coming for.
Let's see his face. No?
Ireland.
But the question is, was it
a cleats, or is it like?
Oh, it's the double jeopardy. You remember when usually if it was outside the box and it would not have been a PK, it would have been a free kick. Then he probably would have gotten the red card. Mm-hmm. But since he was in the box and he's awarded the PK already, it's not a double jeopardy compared to.
It's not a doxo either.
That makes no sense.
Yeah, because if you're outside of the goalkeeper and it's a 1v1, and then you hit outside, then they give you the red card.
Mm-hmm.
But if it's a dangerous, isn't this not considered a dangerous?
Oh, that's also dangerous.
That should be a dangerous call for sure.
But, yeah, that's what I was wondering. Like, because a dangerous foul technically is always a red.
Yeah.
But hey, it is double jeopardy. I know what you mean. So in this case, he gets a yellow.
World Cup.
I have no clue how good Parrot is at
PKs.
Yeah.
He's positioning. Oh, yeah, there you go.
Gets it. Let's see the run up here.
Yeah,
but there's a rule too that they're talking about changing that as well.
Which one? Run ups?
The second touch, even after you miss your PK,
can't be the kicker.
It can be another rebound, and even for the takers.
Oh, gets on the Oh,
that's so there's a rule that's going around.
What?
No,
that you can't You can't
Oh, Max gets it too on the rebound.
wait that you can't score from the
On the
from
rebound
the.
of your PK.
How does
There's
that make
Yeah.
sense?
I'm not
That
mad with
makes
like
no sense.
Max gets it.
But no. I mean
the rebound
like
one.
yeah, the rebound rule makes no sense.
Oh, it's going around. There's
Yeah, come on, you guys, stop repeating the foul. That's a red card. In
yeah,
if you played in any other, if this was the World Cup, that's a red.
it's,
Just be honest.
and a big brawl too. They would not just
Yeah,
be.
yeah.
They would
This
be.
would be just like a, oh wait, you just hit my boy in the head. No.
No.
Ah,
But I guess it's a friendly. I
yeah.
guess depending on who you ask.
Yeah, it's good.
Because
Okay. I think this changes how it shouldn't, but I think
No,
this
no, no,
changes
no.
how
They
Jesse
they, they
plays the
should
rest of
bench.
this.
They should bench players. This is you. I know you want to win the friendly, but right now it's low
there you go.
management.
There's-
Boy,
At
Ben
least
is
take
now
out your
walking
midfielders.
in. Like, look at the difference now between how the intensity that Ireland are playing in and
Yeah.
Canada. That goal just woke them up.
Yeah.
And they're scoring towards their fans now. So
Mhm. Okay, good from
All right.
Marsh.
So
Yeah.
Lorea
Good
coming
from-
out. So he did wait for 60. So Lorea coming out for the song. So his last audition, the song Zoran, seeing it. No reds, Amy, just a yellow that I think it's a high boot is the problem. Like it's not the double jeopardy because the he's already in the box there. But
Mhm.
Paul, I do think it would be a red just because it's a high boot.
straight.
It's going to VAR for sure.
But who knows now these days?
Yeah.
No one knows the rules.
What are the rules?
No, because double jeopardy is only if you're denying an obvious goal scoring
Goal, yeah.
opportunity. So in this case, that would have been a red because it would have just been deemed a dangerous foul, and that would have been a red.
So the rest
So
was
we
very
just got
nice.
lucky. And I think it's also you don't want to be giving a red in a friendly.
Yeah, only if you.
Well, I think he earned it.
I mean,
Yeah, he definitely earned it. He definitely should have gone. But like, look at the difference in how Ireland are playing.
Ireland are
now.
awake now.
The pace has changed immediately.
Yep.
Oh, another corner
Corner
kick.
now.
Yeah, and the ref is not saying anything yet.
So probably
Now,
Waterman's
in-
going to come in at some
Now,
point.
in
but yeah,
situations like this, is where you assess how good Jesse Marsh is as a coach, because
Yes.
now you have to take the sting. This is what you at this point he should have put in. I know he brought in Basson, but you should start making other players come in. Give
Yeah.
these guys an understanding that hey, it's not bad. You have to get the sting off, because if they score a second, oh.
no,
Is that
agree.
a tackle or clearance?
It's more of a clearance attempt, more than that. Yeah.
Now that should be a yellow. If that was a regular game, that'd be a yellow. Oh, he gave it to him.
He got
What?
yellow.
I'm a few seconds from everyone, so I apologize.
I don't think it didn't look as deliberate that the ones
like-
we did before.
Time wasting yellow
I
in
know.
a friendly is nuts.
Yeah.
In a 1-1.
Yeah, in a one.
Yeah, in the 63rd minute of a 1-1 draw. Like, come on, guys. With all due respect to them, we're not Tanzania at the U17 women, okay? We're not going down the second they score a goal. I've seen it. I call it. Okay, well, adversity is free, boys. Let's see what they do with it. Fougerolles now moving inside. Now he's pushing Kone out to Tejan. Tejan now back out to Segur. Segur back out to Cornelius. Kone with the ball. Miller with it turns, probes deeper inside, cuts inside. No one there. Clear.
He actually did. He did the right thing.
No, that was the right
he
call
actually-
there for where he was.
He carried the ball
Yeah.
in a position where there were a lot of players.
Mhm.
But again, instead of going round, he decided to go.
Yeah.
Oh, that was a good thought. Good thought from Miller.
Mhm.
I like Miller, but it's clear his decision making is a little bit poor.
Yeah. Nah,
He
that's
just
fair.
yeah.
Ume living his dream for Ireland.
Man, what are these Irish
The
dummies?
offsides. Clear.
Who's this guy? I know Benny, but I don't know who this guy is.
He's from the U17 team, so he just got called up.
Ah,
Yeah.
okay.
Sometimes
What is
it pays
he
to watch all the U17 tournaments, but just to know who people are.
Who does he play for? Oh wow,
Ireland. Oh,
he
yeah,
plays for Benfica.
Yeah, he's
Interesting.
yeah. Miller lays it off. Good tackle. No foul. Ireland now buzzing, looking like a team that wants the 3 points.
Somebody's pissed.
3
I'm a little
points.
early, but
It's a friendly. Just looking for a win.
Hey! I'm getting myself
Yo,
ready.
you
I'm getting
think
myself
this
ready for next week.
we
We're
World Cup
playing for the
bracket?
3.
there's no such thing as a friendly.
Yeah, they're just a rivalry match, an intensity
Nah,
game.
let's be honest. There's friendlies. Like,
Jesse
you
Marsh
watch
really
the
looking
US
for that red card in a friendly though.
The US Senegal game was a freaking friendly. The Senegalese coach decided to give them a win. That midfield combination was
players
crazy.
too. Koulibaly was not playing. Bai was still celebrating.
Still.
You know,
But why start a midfield with Ndiaye and Kamara? No height.
big.
You know what I
and
mean?
I
Like,
think he was testing them too as well because I forgot the 18-year-old kid also. So there's two
That's
players
Ndiaye,
that
no?
no one have seen that just actually got a spot. And Malak Sarr
Oh no,
is
sorry.
not in the
Not
team.
Iliman Ndiaye Musa. I'm talking about Ndiaye, the young player. He played in midfield.
Oh, well,
That's a young player, no?
yes. And he was on
yeah.
trial. He pretty
Yeah.
much earned it this game or last game.
Last game? Okay.
So there was two players off, and I'm running blank. Doesn't help when I don't watch the game, but
It's
It
okay.
was-
Ireland looking so much better.
that's
not-
what we're talking. You don't want to talk about when Ireland are up top. You ought to switch it up.
So anyway, this weather out here is beautiful. No, but
Yeah.
also yeah.
Apparently, Ireland decided that they're going to cheer for Cote d'Ivoire. Did you see that?
Well, they
Yeah,
have the same
I saw
flag.
that.
They gotta say
Just flip that flag.
The Irish went into what the
Yeah,
Ivory
love
Coast
it.
game. They're like, wait a second, it's a different
No
team.
Troy Parrott here.
Like, who the hell is Toure?
Yeah, so, we just got him.
Is Toure from Cork? Where the hell is he from?
Maybe
He got
it's
the
Tour.
love.
Maybe it's Paul Tour
I like this. I like the centre back.
for
What's the name of the centre back? The number 4.
Luke de Fougerolles.
Ah,
Fulham
very good.
product.
Very, very. Oh, Fulham, yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
makes sense. That's Marco Silva.
Yes, he did, and he tried to
Jesse
get his
got a
money's
yellow?
worth with that yellow, but
Why?
the
He was
ref
yelling
was
at
not.
the fourth official?
Yeah,
Yes, he
and
was
so-
after that foul.
Yeah, and then he tried to get a yellow, but to get his money's worth, but the ref's like, no,
Oi.
this ends here.
I like those triangles, but they need to be cleaned up.
Yes,
Like the triangles are actually not bad.
but tell
That's such a
that
poor ball.
Yep, goes long, but he was
Uh,
offside. Max takes it.
Okay, so
Yeah.
there's one thing that definitely Marsh needs to fix.
Yes.
It's Miller's positioning. Miller cannot be consistently going that central. Like, look at where he is.
Yeah.
Look at he's not stretching that wing back at all.
Wait,
And if he doesn't stretch him now, you're just in a spot where you're
Actually playing.
you're allowing them to cover 2 men with one person.
because he's facing 5. They're facing 5 centre backs.
Nice pass in the middle.
Oh.
Okay. But too
No,
cute. Kyle Arrington's not
Come
going
on.
to get a shot off.
Come on.
Oh, Laren.
Oh,
I thought that was a
How
goal.
do you miss?
It was not a miss. It stopped. Keeper put
good
his
stop.
foot out.
Yeah, keeper put it. Yeah.
Yeah, my pixelation went
Oh,
down,
no.
but good
Oh, no.
sequence
Ogbene.
there. But
Ogben is.
was a
Ogben
goal.
Bene
is-
is on his horse.
Oh, but
Close
it's
it down.
so quick. Holy crap.
A good sequence. Fujol finds it,
Mm.
Was
chips
he
it.
off though? Was Laren off? He might have been.
No, he was on.
I think he was off. If you actually look at that sequence when the pass came in from Jonathan David, he literally was like,
Okay.
yeah, he might have been off.
Hey, we were wondering why the new stadium looked empty, even though it was sold out. It's
Mhm.
just people were stuck in traffic.
Yeah.
Is that actually the truth?
Yeah, you look at the stadium at first. It said it was a sold out, but you could see a lot of open seats. But it
Yeah,
was
yeah,
just
yeah.
that
Yeah.
pretty much whole
And this is in
country.
Edmonton. I didn't know Edmonton had traffic.
No, this is Montreal. This is
Oh, no,
Montreal.
Oh, it's Montreal. Oh, Montreal
Yeah.
definitely has traffic.
Yeah. You would. Yeah. You know that for sure.
Yeah, I know Montreal for sure. Yeah, I'm usually there
Pickle claims it. Goes
once every
deep,
month.
but too far out. Amy, I think he's going to try to push some players. I think he's going to make a center back swap. I think Waterman's going to come in for Luke de Fougerolles, and then Saliba will come in for Estacchio, and then they'll try to get all the Montreal players or the Quebec players in, be like that, and then run this game until try to get a win here.
Now, I've got a more philosophical question.
Yeah.
Should we actually be going for the win, or should we be trying to get like clear patterns of play here?
I don't care about the win. It's patterns of play for me. Because for how bad they looked in the first half, if they can lose this game, but if you get more of those sequences where you go do Fougerolles, the Kone to Laren shot and the save, this game could end 4-1. And I'm like, but they were doing that. I'm good. That's for me at least, because of how poor they looked against Uzbekistan in the first half.
Uzbekistan is a good team, though.
Yeah, Uzbekistan's a very good team.
Yeah.
They're a good defensive side, but that's where I'd say, like, I think how Canada looks so disjointed. Again, I said at the beginning, my goal is how do you look? I'm more concerned with how do you look versus what the result here. And technically, a draw is a draw. I will take a draw.
I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah.
I think the draw at this point, and it's crazy to say this because Ireland have been in the first half. Canada just pinned them the whole game, but I think actually the draw is fairly
accurate.
Yeah, because the team looked rusty.
Yeah,
the team definitely looked rusty. But that's not a bad thing. Hey, if they can get those connections working right now, or is Laren getting benched?
Yeah, Laren's coming off for promise, David. Okay, so we get the cousins at least. I'll take this. See, I'll take this. Give me the cousins. They're not actually cousins.
So Jesus, what the hell?
Yeah, those Nigerian genetics.
It is bad when it's in Kansas City that's hosting 5 national teams.
Mm-hmm.
There's a CVS store that has the Panini books for free on the counter.
What?
Shouldn't those be flying off the shelf?
No way.
Yeah. There's my buddy that just put it on Twitter. He has a picture of it and a cardboard that says free.
That's a yellow.
FIFA.
Cornish should have a yellow.
Yeah.
Damn, we don't get. Okay, I will say this. Sorry, finish.
Oh no, good.
Yeah. I'm just saying. Like, I'm noticing a lot of rushing. Like people are a step behind a lot, and they're trying to overcommit. Like he shouldn't have put his leg out there.
They're playing rough.
Yeah. They actually, Canada's with an edge.
Yeah. Well, the edge for us is, listen, the one thing I'll say about Canada to their detriment, they don't need an invitation. You put a mud pit out there, they'll go in for it. They're for the scuffles. They're for that. And it's frustrating sometimes because they're easily goaded into it, and that's a frustrating thing for me. So I think for them, Laren just came off, and he's probably going to start against Bosnia. So let's hope that boy has a touch, because I'm telling you,
No, I think Laren has played somewhat okay. Nothing to write home about, but you can see that him and Jonathan David have some sort of a connection. How good is it? I couldn't tell you.
but that's the thing that we spent our time trying to figure out. Joe Davids played most of the year with Tanny, and then Laren 1 or 2 starts with Promise. The Promise start is the Ukraine game, and that game they're just buzzing. Switch to play, you have him. Okay, Zoran Basong, another Montreal kid. Yeah, he's gonna play all the Montreal kids this game. Kone with it, puts it out wide. Miller puts it out deep, throw incoming. 1-1 is the score, guys. Thanks for being here. Moose is going to get a lot of stuff coming up, and as always, we're going to bully Nelson until he puts out a video. So this is
wow.
We're gonna
He's going to bully now, not me.
Oh, that's fine. I know where he lives, so like the bullying will be succinct and quick.
And in person. Well, there's a quick news that actually the bottle plastic will be allowed. It just has to be 20 ounces or 590 milliliters.
Puts it in.
It's crazy that they were discussing how green they were, and then they went, "Oh, no refillable plastic bottle." Yeah, that's mental.
So it has to be sealed and 20 ounce. Like, duh, isn't it what the thing was before?
Yeah. All right, no penalties. So we have a corner coming up here for Canada, who looked a little bit better.
What do you mean penalties?
Stacchio with the corner, whipped in.
Aquas is creating penalties right now.
No, because there was one player was calling for it. One player was calling for it. So I was like, why? Let me see.
They always call for it.
Yeah,
hits his knee. Runs to the ref.
Even if it was a header, they would put their hand up.
Oh yeah. It'll hit off my ankle as I'm falling to the ground. Someone will turn to ref, be like,
and it's like, no, it's on the handball, but he was offside. But he was up. No, they will find 2 or 3 excuses.
All right, corner coming in for Canada again. They go short. Let's see if they can build it. Stacchio off the chipped in, easily dealt with.
Won't go short twice in a row, right?
Yeah, well, they're doing it. Miller out wide, looking, trying to break down his man. Gets to the byline, chips it up, but too far out. And guess what? Another corner.
What a shocking touch!
Nope. Oh, I'm early. Okay.
Set pieces have not helped them at all.
I'm at 78 at this moment. 78-10 to be exact.
Oh, I am at 77-40 something. So thank you for letting me know. Keeper puts it away and cleared. And throw for Canada coming deep again. We're getting into the 79th minute, or if you're Musa, the 80th minute, and still 1-1. Not a tale of two halves, but that penalty and subsequent score have definitely brought some life for Ireland here. But Canada have definitely looked far improved from their Uzbekistan first half outing. And the crowd's starting to get into it a little bit.
I haven't had the noise in the stadium since I joined. Let me.
And now Promise is grabbing his shoulder.
No way.
Promise is grabbing his shoulder.
You've been out for like 5 minutes. What happened?
I am not sure. I'm waiting for. It's a deep throw.
You can't be that jacked and You can't be that.
Did he
jacked
just
and
get it with too much velocity? Who knows?
No way. Nothing even happened.
I listen. I'm very sensitive to injuries right now. All right, a player winces, and I'm feeling it.
He played like what 20 games this season.
Yeah,
And he's already crying. Oh man.
Ball cleared in the space, and there is Troy Parrott. Clears it,
Oh my
deflections,
days. This
and
is so
dealt
bad.
Hey, they give up. I'm surprised they haven't had their what's it called? They haven't had their breakaway chance they've given up yet.
This is not a very.
Wait,
I'm
is
not.
Dedic
I've not watched it.
Bosnian? Dedic.
It's
All right.
No, he's Austrian.
Here
I'm just
comes
looking at
Leo.
any pacey players because if you're telling me Pirates had that much space, if that happens against Bosnia, I feel like that's a bad.
Miller in the middle puts a shot on and wide again.
I don't know. I forget the run from that Ireland number 7.
Yeah.
Pirates. Yeah.
99% of the time, if he would have played against another striker that was a little bit more experienced, he would have lost that 1v1 a long time ago.
Easily. Yeah. 100%.
All
That's
right.
not bad though.
No, it was good defending.
Yeah.
All right.
Dude, as much as I was hyping up, what did you say his name was? Figueroa or the number 4?
Yeah.
The way he tried to go and get the ball from Parrott was so stupid. You should jockey the guy as far out as possible.
Mhm.
I say that sitting here like I'm a professional football player, but you know what I mean.
As a former defender yourself, yes.
I played mid, bro. Please.
Well, I'm a
Please,
goalie. I saw the action and moved.
Put some respect to my name.
Okay, man.
It's gonna be a fun World Cup.
It's gonna be a fun one.
It's gonna be a chaotic one for sure.
Oh, snap. Oh,
You're ahead of us.
oh, you guys gonna watch it. I'm not gonna say anything.
Oh shit! Someone scored.
I ain't gonna say nothing.
What? I hate
I
you.
did nothing. I said nothing.
Commentary is real now. Commentary is real now.
Oh, it's gonna be an Irish thing
goodness.
because the Irish
Oh,
have the ball. Oh no, it might be. Oh yeah, it's gonna be the Irish.
Goodness.
Yeah. Look at O'Bannon, man. This guy's so
Max proving why he started. Max.
Jesus.
Dude over there's about to get.
Yo.
He's gonna get fired.
That 9 is terrible.
Yo.
Terrible.
That's a tap in.
Max Crepeau, sir.
Like,
have yourself a night.
O'Bannon did everything right, and then you. Oh my days.
Yeah.
But Crepeau did kept up though, so
Yeah.
they stopped.
By the way, extremely good goalkeeping.
Yeah.
The fact that he closed that distance so that the shot is harder, that's impressive. I'm not sure if Lemelo could kick the ball. By the way, John, I don't even think it's the kicking part. It's his control. He can't control the ball to save his life.
He ain't gonna be a 9 for too long.
Oi, this 9 is poor. Who is this?
I
You might not want to remember it.
Close that. Dane is not getting subbed in. Max
Good,
is
but look
save
it
the
up.
day.
It's a good thing.
He just came in, right? Oh.
Yeah, Mason Melia has made a mess. I'm not going to make a terrible. I'm not going to make that. But what a save, and what a miss!
Yeah, what a miss! Then what a save!
The striker gave the goalie the opportunity to be great, and he was.
He needs it.
Another corner coming, and now Ireland looking to steal it at the end.
Excuse me.
Dude's cheating. That ball is not even on the corner. But how you guys?
None of them have been on. If you look at all of them, none of them have been on the corner the whole time. Everyone's just been like, a foot, sure.
So how you guys feel about your two goalkeepers not doing so well
In
at the same
season?
time during a World Cup year?
Okay, so there's layers to this conversation. The first thing I'd say is initially, um, Marsh painted himself into a corner by saying it's a two-man competition. Because the second he said that, arguably the best Canadian goalkeeper in the MLS,
Bro,
James
like,
Pantemis, started to play. The
what is
problem, though,
this?
is
What is this pushing? Sorry.
no,
I'll
you're
check.
good.
I'm going to mute myself because I hate seeing that.
No,
man.
say keep it.
Say your piece always. And
No,
so I
but
think,
go on. Yeah.
yeah. So I think Max and Dane have both been playing well, but I think James Pantemis could have been factoring. He's only gone 2 versus 3. What's created the problem this year is both have not played well in season. Both just got moves. For whatever reason, Max always plays well for country. Dane hasn't been poor, but he's like 90% of what you need, but then not the 10% that closes the deal. Right? He'll choose the right side on a what's it called? On a penalty, but then he'll extend his hand or he'll draw back the hand and the ball will go where his hand should have been in that type of a situation. So he has the tools to do it for me, but just in the moments, whether it's indecisiveness or just not committing to it, which are both the same thing, he doesn't move. But the intangibles, the size, all those things, he has them, which is why I thought Marsh was going to start Dane. I honestly thought, even if it was equal, they would go with Dane here, just because I thought that was a player that he liked, and he favored a little bit more.
Hey, let's go.
Tanny in for the last 10. Let's do something here.
I like that Nelson kid. Well, because I see him way too often with Austin. That's why I'm more familiar with him. But
indeed, it's a tough So those two coming in, right?
Can I say this?
Yeah.
Ali Ahmed, man. Think. I'm so happy he's not playing.
The Alia, like the hate fan club apparently is just living.
So you don't like him?
Oh, I don't like him at all. I hate wingers like him. I can't, dude. You can't be a winger who passes back. You can't be a winger. You're another player. You're playing a different position. You should be playing fullback. Like you can't be passing back, bro. You have to attack. And Ali Ahmed does not dribble. At the very least, Miller tries. Miller's actually trying to attack players. I don't know what Ali Ahmed is playing. He plays a different sport, bro.
I thought for Norwich, he does dribble though.
Norwich? Nah.
Yeah. I've seen a few games that he actually was dribbling in 1v1 runs.
I'm telling you, you must have watched him play.
He was playing
a League One team. That's what you saw. You saw him play.
That's championship.
You're watching him in those Mickey Mouse cups that they play in.
Your hate for him is just consistent.
No, it's just the truth, dude. Like if you watch Ali Ahmed enough, you will see it. You know what, Musa, you're saying? His goal return versus his dribbles don't make sense. He has. If you look at his stats, he looks like a decent player. When you see his game, he's poor.
So maybe I've not seen enough of.
But dude, I've watched enough of him. I told Akwasi this. I'll tell you. CBC did a piece on him. And I was like, they'll talk about how he rejected Toronto FC and all this stuff. I didn't know about the guy. So I'm like, oh, and he had just joined Norwich. So I'm like, I'm going to watch Norwich because this guy was supposed to be a really prodigious talent. And bro, I watched him. I'm like, this guy's a clown. I don't rate him at all. But hey, he's a good bench player.
But I think so. You've not watched him play for Vancouver, did you?
No,
I only watched him at Norwich.
Yeah, I think at Vancouver he's every if
I
that's how you
think that's
describe
the
him there, he
problem.
was better. Yeah, he
Yes, I think that was maybe that's the problem that you saw his integration to Norwich and introduction to championship soccer versus how he was playing against MLS.
Yeah,
Maybe a
but
little bit
that's
competition.
a problem. Is if you go up to a higher level, and you know this, Musa, the higher the level goes, the more your ability is shown. Like
Yeah,
it's you can't hide it. You
yeah,
can't hide it anymore.
I give
Yeah,
him a little.
yeah. No, you don't. I don't give you that because if you here's the truth. If he can handle the championship, he can handle the top leagues. The top five, he will not handle at all. So you should be shining at the championship so that at least your level is seen as your top five player. You could be a good player in the top five, but I don't need you to be like an exceptional one. He's mediocre in the championship
I, I,
with great stats. With
I think
great stats.
we'll give him a little time.
How old is he though? Is he not like 24, 25?
yeah around there. Yeah, because he's the same age group as David and Davies.
Yeah.
So yeah,
He is 25.
Yeah, give him a full season, at least to start with the how you call it, off season with the team and come back.
No.
I think
I don't
you
give people
might see
time.
something different.
but
You have-
he's a hater. He's
you
a
have-
consistent
you
hater.
have
Like
one you have one listen, the attribute of like aggressive dribbling doesn't change, right? Like your output in terms of goals and assists can be poor, but like your overall game is still good. He's the opposite. He scored a bunch of goals, but when you watch his game, he is poor. Miller is the opposite, where he doesn't have that like final ball, or he lacks that I don't want to say ball IQ, but more like he rushes things. But when you actually see the other parts of his game, you can see a good player there. Completely different. Miller looks like Miller was a good player in the championship, right? Like he was in a
Yeah.
good team. Ali Ahmed, nah, come on. You're talking to his number one hater.
That's why. It's
No, we
not gonna
know.
work. Well,
Uh,
yeah, it's not gonna
we
work.
know.
It's not gonna work.
Nah, you're talking to the one guy who actually what's him excited and then went, what the hell am I looking at?
I'm gonna just give you one example. Ousmane Dembele. Barcelona.
Oh, don't you
they
do
thought he
that
was
to
a
me.
bust.
You
They thought he was a bust because
No.
his laziness, party too much, everything. They said he was going to be a bust.
No, can I tell you why that's a very unfair attack on Ousmane Dembele? Ousmane Dembele.
I'm not attacking him because that's from my neighborhood. That's
Okay, yeah.
I've
yeah,
known
yeah,
him from a kid. That's why I'm saying. Sometimes we see a small part, or an introduction to a player that make a few changes,
Mhm.
and sometimes maybe in these days we're a little too.
But here's the thing,
Rush,
Musa.
rush.
Ousmane Dembele was exceptional at Barca. The problem was injuries. Let's not change. He got
Oh,
a
no.
bunch of injuries.
The-
That's the
injuries were-
reason why the injuries were rough on him. And then
The injury was because he was not practicing. He was
True.
He was late to practice.
but
He's
also
it's-
but not only that though, but when they were bringing in Dembele, they thought they were bringing in like the next, like Mbappe level. They thought they were getting a guy who's gonna be dropping 40 goals because that's what he did at Dortmund, right? Like he was amazing at Dortmund, and they thought, oh, they're gonna get the guy who's gonna be scoring 40 goals a season, and he didn't, and then they immediately were like, he's terrible. But if you actually look at his game, even people like Messi were like, no, this kid is really good. Like the one questioning his ability. The problem was his output was the issue. I'm talking about this guy, his ability is the issue, not his output. I actually think, the things I was talking about, like staying on the outside and like beating a low block. Ali Ahmed might actually be better for that game because he's left-footed on the left side. He would stay on the wing. The problem is he never beat the winger or the fullback that he's defending. So every time he gets a ball, he's going to be passing it back. I'm telling you, he plays rugby. This is a rugby player playing playing soccer. Come on.
Maybe.
I'm
Well,
rough. I'm rough on wingers.
yes, you are. Yes, you are. Right.
He's got brother. He's got 31. Only 31% of his dribbles are successful.
Yes.
That is poor.
Yes. It's not the best of the best. It's
So, anyways, this game that we were here for ended in a draw.
Sorry,
you guys
I mean,
down
I
your
tried.
list. Hey, yeah, we know you tried. We saw you try.
That's
But
it.
yeah, the game ends in a draw. I think a good first half for Canada. The second half changes once they give up the penalty, and then Ireland are pushing back as it. But for me, I wanted to see improvement. I wanted to see them a little bit more cohesive, other than Liam Miller not, hitting everything but the frame on goal and his spacing. I think this is a step forward for what they look like against Uzbekistan. Now, again, Musa's got Bosnia tomorrow, so that'll be a watch for curiosities for sure. But I'm happy with how they looked. I think it's an improvement. I think you can build off of that. The ratings will be harsh on Kyle Larin, even though he had a nice shot at the in the second half. But I think for Canada, yes, it's a draw. It's good enough, I'd say. And then they move from there. What do you guys think in here? But then also in the comments, are you satisfied with a 1-1 draw here for Canada in their send-off game for the World Cup? Are you satisfied with that type of result?
I'm a neutral, so as just a neutral seeing it. I probably didn't see as much as what you guys wanted to see from Canada leading to a World Cup. But it shows that Ireland probably should have won that game.
Yeah.
With those misses towards the end.
Mhm.
So it may have raised a lot more questions that it settled a few.
I think
Sorry.
in this game it was clear. The first half, Canada was good, but then when you actually assess how many clear-cut chances Canada created, we had very few. In the second half, you actually saw Ireland. Ireland created a bunch of chances this game. Like, this game should have been 2-3-1 to Ireland. But I do like the defensive structure. I do like the press that Jesse Marsh set up in the first half. The problem was because he was pressing so high, and when the changes were made from Ireland to attack the spaces, he never adjusted. That's not a good sign. Because if you're going to face a team like Bosnia, you will need to tactically adjust in game. You can't expect your goalkeeper to save you in the game. Like you can't just keep betting that the goalkeeper is going to save you constantly. He's not Neuer. He's not going to save you every single chance. Come on. So, yeah, that's that. But I do think a lot of players played well. I think Miller showed glimpses of decent play. Buchanan was good, but largely ineffective. Jonathan David had good touches, but nothing crazy. Larian should have scored, but good save from the goalkeeper.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I think that's fair. There's a lot of comments coming in here. We'll go Sansan reminding us that we had a good moment, but not the best game. But it's a dispassionate warm up. But hoping Canada looks better much in the opener. This is baby steps for how they look. And the reality, like you said earlier, it's getting them on the same page, both from a fitness standpoint and then a game rep standpoint is going to be the key. You have 6 days to do it. 6 days to get them all on the same level from there. Paul says it's a step back to him. Yes, Haiti is 1-1 versus Peru. If Haiti could send fans, that'd be an atmosphere. right? Who remembers the hype after the Honduras game? Look at them now. Yes, I know. Valware. They don't have enough creators. You really only had Kone. Tejan doesn't look sharp, and Liam needs to be better in the final third. The creator point is true, right? And I think they, of all the players to be missing, and all the players that missed the World Cup, Flores was certainly going to be that player who is, hey, we need to break it down to low block, need an actual cam in there, put our boy in. He would have legitimately been an option for you, and without him, it's a lot of probing and moving. And again, maybe a healthy Ali Ahmed helps you with that. But again, they look good in transition, but when it comes to the low blocks, it's always going to be a struggle for them because they don't have necessarily the creators or the players who will move into that space aren't those creators, right? Coney can be that. Jonathan David will move into that space, but I don't think he's as creative as he thinks he is in those spaces. He's more better at those late runs versus trying to pick the right pass. And that's going to be something for them, especially when they go up against a team like Bosnia who will just batter them.
But
they will,
do you mind if I say something? If you remember, we had this conversation with Nee, and I said, I actually think Ireland would beat Canada. I said this. I genuinely said this, and the both of you were looking at me like I was crazy. And I said I don't care.
But I said no. The result didn't matter.
1 second.
No, keep going.
Hold up.
I said the result didn't matter to me.
No. I said if you look at the way they set up, it's poor. Like matchups are a big thing. This is like in boxing. Matchups are a big thing. And the way Canada sets up versus teams like Ireland is always an issue, which is why, even when we spoke with Lane, I said, I don't like playing Bosnia because Canada looks like a team that would play very well against a team that wants to attack them. But Bosnia will not push multiple players in the attack.
Yes.
That's the problem. So even though we hyped up, let's be honest, Canada didn't score by like a crazy situation. It was a lucky corner or an unlucky corner from Ireland's perspective. It hit one guy, then hit another guy, then went in.
Yeah.
Like that's what happened. It wasn't some sequence of play that you go, that's what I was looking for. The only good sequence was the Larin shot. That's it in the whole game.
Yeah.
So let's be honest. Let's not try and like sugarcoat it. In my opinion, this game showcased everything that we already knew, which is they're very good on the counter, but we're coming into a World Cup. Teams don't open up. Teams actually sit deep. Come on, look at how Morocco got to the semifinals. Look at how Senegal plays. Like it's like they set up really rock solid.
Yeah.
And then you have your players that you set up to go, we're going on the attack. So Buchanan, but even this question, Buchanan kept running into Holden's. Like, no, they understood to mark him out. They were like, they had two men on him the whole time.
Constantly. Yeah. He was definitely, they were set. That was the one player who could get to that line. And like, it's a game where you see the opposition say, if a player's going to beat us,
There's feedback coming from someone's mic. I don't know who it is. Is it Musa? I think it might be your mic. There's some feedback.
Yeah, I think it's you, Musa.
Yeah.
Me? Oh.
Yeah, your mic. Something weird's
Yeah, you buzzing like you buy a microwave.
Yeah.
Am I? Oh, let's see.
Yeah.
If you get muted and then
Yeah, it's definitely was him there. Yeah,
it
it's
was
definitely
him,
you. But anyways, I think this definitely felt like a game where Ireland said, look, we'll do our best, we'll take Tejan away, but if Liam, if you're gonna beat us, you can. And Liam has yet to find the frame. And that's gonna be the game. And this is a struggle for Canada overall, right? If you play them in a team that's gonna be transition type, they're there for it. You want to play up and down, they're there for it. Play any team that says, nah, we know you want to run. We're going to be here. And again, tournament football is that. Defend, survive, and advance. Until they're able to consistently break down those teams, and like until they're able to play low blocks with consistently and be threats to them, as long as you give them the ball and say, we will do what you want to do. We'll defend. We'll create our counter, our transition opportunities. We don't think you have the ability to break us down. And yes, they may have some flashing moments, but we don't think you can do it. And that's going to be the constant for Canada until they do it or until they get the players or they change something. And that was the other interesting thing. I think, yeah, it's a friendly. Once the penalty is saved, it's 1-1. I'm like, okay, that's why I asked, do you try to get the game or do you just rotate and say, cool, that's fine, we're going for it? Because from that moment on, like you can see a little bit with the game chart, Ireland just went, no, let's go get this game. How are you going to react to that? How are you going to then shift from when the team is taking something away from you? And that's something that Marsh, we all know him as a stubborn coach, but that's something that he's not shown yet. The only change we've seen from him is when he goes to midfield 3 against Uzbekistan, but that's because he has one striker. I mean, one winger that's available for us. But Musa, yeah, I see you here.
But it sounds good now.
It's still there. It's like a hum or a buzz or something. Yeah. It's like I think you might have like some kind of interference.
Yeah.
This is why you need another midfielder. You can't play 2-man midfield players in this system. Here's the issue, Paul. I totally hear you. The problem is Jonathan David. And the problem with Jonathan David is he's not a 9. He's more of a second striker. Mm-hmm. So if you have him as a second striker, you need a striker. And that means you have to play 2 strikers. Mm-hmm. And Jonathan David doesn't have the pace to play him on the wing, so that you could have maybe play 4-3-3. So the issue you have, though, is you cannot bench Jonathan David. You can't say drop Larin for a midfielder. Jonathan David will be too isolated. He needs someone who occupies the defenders so that he can pick up the pockets of space. So, and also, who's the third midfielder that you bring in that provides the extra creative part? There isn't. It's Conan.
If there was one, it would have been Flores. Maybe a Nathan Saliba.
Flores would have played on the wing, wouldn't he?
Flores is a cam who plays that wide, but he would have been that spot for you. But then if he's on the wing and he's on the pitch, then he's doing what he does, which is what everyone does. He's drifting inside, but that's just because that's again, high pressure situations, you default to your basic programming. So he's going to go back to the spaces he's comfortable in, which is the middle, dribbling in and out. So it would have been Saliba if you go 3 midfield, and then have Kone more as your box to box and Saliba more into that creative space. But again, who are you sacrificing for that? And that's a fair point to bring up. The easy answer would be you take off Larin and say make Joe David as your 9 and make him play in that space. But he's also a player that he's going to drift into those spaces. That's where he likes to play. And so eventually you'll just have a spot where Tejan is somehow leading the line out wide because everyone else wants to be in the middle and kind of creating that space. And then that gets congested. And then now you have one man covering 2 players on the other, and it's ineffective. It's a fair point, but it's there. It's certainly there. Right? You couldn't. Yeah, we did not. That is true, John. That is true. The first half, we had chances, and we got a double bounce own goal. That's the type of night we had. We scored on a double bounce own goal. We did not kill you when we had a chance. So at least you can rest easy knowing that Ireland put up a good showing in that second half going from there. And Saliba is the name that we're seeing here for sure. You try David at the 9. Yes, he picks out pockets, but he is playing too deep in the system. But that's a David issue. That's not the system. That's David. Like, Joe does that. So unless you hammer him, which is why I don't like the pairing with Larin. I get how Larin's form is. But Larin sometimes then tries to drift into those spaces as well, and then tries hold up, and then it's just the Mexico game all over again, right? It's Mexico. It's Osorio who's a cam, but doesn't have the pace anymore, so he drifts inside. Davey,
wait, I've got a question. If you're playing Saliba technically plays as the defensive midfielder. which means you're still gonna have the issue of it's Kone you're expecting to create everything. Because Kone is the only like pure eight that Canada has that creative ability that can
From
do
the eight
something.
standpoint, yeah, I would
Yeah.
agree. Yeah,
Yeah. So to you still here's the problem. If you're playing a 3-man midfield and you're saying play Jonathan David as the lone striker, then you're expecting your wingers to create a lot of chaos. And here's the thing: Miller this game was constantly playing in the midfield. He was congesting the midfield. Now you're putting 3 midfielders and then Miller joins the midfield. That's an issue. You just congested a whole spot. And then you're hoping Buchanan's the only one to do something. And guess what's Jonathan David's best attribute? Going into space. You put him as a 9. That means he won't occupy. Like, it's such a bad tactical setup. I think the 4-4-2 is the best setup for what we have now, for the players available and what we like, the issues we have at the moment. Like the left side is not there doesn't seem to be chemistry between Larry and Miller.
yeah.
And that's also a big part of the reason why the left side looks so poor.
Yeah,
That's the issue.
yeah. Because if you go by like left winger or winger fullback pairings, the best chemistry was actually Miller and Davies. They have the best chemistry playing.
Yeah, because you have one person because Miller wants to cut in, and Davis will give you natural width.
They gave Davies, yeah. So they understood the space that they want, each other wanted to occupy, and you can run from there.
Yeah.
But the right side, like Alistair and Tajon, Tajon stays wide. Alistair will pick his spots, but like it's a lot, and that's the one thing. It's not just everyone drifts to the middle, and then when everyone drifts in the middle, or they drift too deep into the middle, then you have Troy Parrott against Luke DeFougerolles 1v1 cutting in because you're too far deep coming into that situation.
But it's why Buchanan is so important, because Buchanan understands that the middle's super concentrated, or he realizes this, I can't go in, so I'm going to go around. And I'm not. Here's the issue: Miller's trying to score. Like Miller's first thought process is, can I score? Whilst Buchanan's first thought process is, what's the best move to play in this situation? But again, this was, in my opinion, an actual decent outing. Because if the score was 3-1, 4-1,
it depends on like what does that, if again in that hypothetical, what is the 4-1? Is it 4-1 because we're just
same game, 3-1?
And are we saying Canada losing or Canada winning?
No, Canada losing. Canada didn't create 3.
Fair. Okay. In that case,
it'd be Canada. Canada. The only, as I've said, the only chance I saw from Canada was a Larry shot.
Yeah, the David penalty that wasn't a penalty, and then the
no. Let's not do that. No. Please.
I
Brother,
know. I said the penalty that wasn't a penalty.
Stop creating things that didn't happen. That wasn't a penalty. He fell. Okay, that wasn't a pen. In the same vein, then if you're calling random things, then Canada should have had a red card. Kone would have had a yellow. There's so many aspects of the game. I'm just looking at chances created. Parrott should have scored when Parrott was 1v1 with his defender and had Figueroa on skates. Figueroa went shopping. Yeah, he should have buried it. He should have. The other one, when Ogbene crosses it over, those are clear-cut chances. Clear-cut. That if it wasn't for either 1, poor shooting, or 2, excellent goalkeeping, that's 3-1. That's 3 or 4-1. And that's actually a valid case. Here's the thing. This isn't, how do you say this, Musa? Musa, please come in. But because I'm coming off as I'm hating.
No, you're not. No.
But it's just being like, My thing is, I try to be as objective as possible.
No,
And
I
when
get
I
it.
look at
Yeah.
this game, even though SofaScore looks at, if you look at SofaScore, all these players are green. It looks good. It looks like Canada, and you see the number of chances,
Yeah.
like Canada had 20 shots, and you go, oh yeah, this is great. But
How
then
many
when
on
you
target?
no, regardless, it looks 20 shots. 20 shots is 20 shots. But here's the problem: if Parrot had an actual leg that knows how to shoot, this game is 4-1. Look at that. Big chances created was 4.
Yeah,
And
agreed.
Ireland didn't even look like they kicked into second gear. They didn't even look like they were out of second gear, let's be honest.
But that's what I was saying. Like how many were on frame? This is empty calories. The 20 shots are empty calories because you're not even forcing a save here, and that's where you see when you go to the big chances. This is the stat that matters. To your point,
Yeah.
this is the stat that matters in this game. And for Canada, yes, the movement was better. Agreed. The thing is, but at the end of the day, if you're not making the goalkeeper have to do anything, when the goal as a goalkeeper, there are many times where I'm sitting, I get off the line, and then when I just have to stand up straight and just kind of bounce a bit because a shot went up, and if he's trying out for the CFL, the NFL, it's good. Like I've had a good day. That's what Miller's shooting was today, and that's not all. We're not going to say, oh, Miller spoiled the game, but Canada consistently scoring goals has been their issue, which is why the conversation with who should start as the striker is always relevant, because that's the only thing that's an option for us, right? Because he's not going to change the midfield. The midfield is set. He's not going to change the formation. We've been 4-4-2. The only option we have is another striker, right? And Laren, yes, he had a good end of the season with Southampton, and the end of the season is kind of short, but for whatever reason, that doesn't work at the national team level with him and Joe David, right? And so that's why it's like, give me Tanny, give me Promise, heck, bring back Daniel Jemison. Let me try that one more time, because for whatever reason, those two, they're everything but a goal. Movement here and in this game was everything but a shot on frame, and so that feels like the only thing that we can actually that feels movable, because everything else it seems like it's set in stone. Like this is how it's going to kind of fill out and go through.
Musa, you're on mute.
Yeah. Or you're not connected. Okay.
Yeah, maybe your mic isn't connected.
Yeah, I don't think your mic is connected.
Check your settings. Beautiful. But I'll wait till Musa comes in. But for me, so I've been saying this, Akwasi, as you know, there seems to be a lot of like, I don't want to call it positivity. Oh, maybe your gain is higher, Musa. Well, we had something from your mic, but then you went quiet. Lion kicks heads, not balls.
John, you're in your bag right now.
Head, he would put it in the net.
John, you're in your bag right now. I'll give you that.
The issue is that he didn't even kick the head properly, because he actually he stamped it. Lion has not scored in 2 tournaments. I'll gladly take a slow David over Atani.
So yeah,
I'm gonna be honest. The strikers are kind of shocking. The other strikers can't score. If Tani had more accuracy than my son, I'd be more poke with it. Okay, cool. I'd be more okay with it, I think, is why
it was more okay with it.
Let's try this again.
Yo, you back. You here.
Yeah.
Same device, just a different port. Okay.
There. Yeah. It's even louder now, so that's actually good.
Now you're booming in. So.
You dropped your gain.
Yeah.
All
that expensive equipment for nothing, but yes.
I got.
Yeah, now it's clear. Yeah, it was definitely your port.
Yes. Oh, great. Now, the only thing I was saying is that what you mentioned, right? The 20 shots, right? That's why I always sometimes get in trouble by saying some people might just rely a little bit too much on stats to see how a game went.
100%.
Because if you just look at that and you've not seen the game, like 20 on shots, it looks like you guys were on fire. But were those 20 shots that were field goals or that actually made the goalkeeper work? So you're going into 6 days into a World Cup and you guys are still discussing who's going to give us the
Yeah.
goals.
That's a problem.
Oh, full-heartedly,
that's
that's the problem.
ridiculous.
Yeah.
But
That
then the
is-
question for me, then for you guys, is like defensively, how comfortable are you feeling?
I was okay until Parrot sent Figueroa to a different literally sent him
Yeah.
shops.
Right?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah,
so that's
you
the
had
part.
just, you had just
Maybe.
spoke his praises too. You're like, man, he's doing
Yeah,
good.
I was
and
not hyping him up. I
then,
actually,
then
but,
he said Luke
but the Fugro thing was
yeah.
the thing about him I liked was on the ball. On the ball, he looked really good.
No, yeah.
But
'cause-
I hadn't seen him defend yet because Ireland hadn't attacked yet. They the one attack and literally went shopping.
yeah. Yeah, he's actually currently at the Chanel store picking something for his lady, and
Yeah.
afterwards he'll do like. I think defending. Here's the concern with defending is how they play offense and how they are on the ball. They like. I said it yesterday and I said it today. Parrot's gonna have a 1v1 or a breakaway because it's just how they defend. Now, what they normally have is they have erase mistake speed, right? Bombito, Davies. Those are players who, at the very least, they'll get to the ball first, and that covers a lot of it. But since Marsh has been in control here, those chances are there. They gave those chances against Australia. I mean, Australia was a mistake, but like they against Argentina, it's there. Against
Uzbekistan.
Iceland,
Yo,
Uzbekistan,
why are you going too
Tunisia,
far?
like
Yeah.
those chances are always going to be there. I think when they have to sit back and defend, they're a little bit more solid in that space, and that's where I feel like I think them with a lead is better because then they can actually sit back and play how they want to, which is pressure them into making more mistakes and play in the transition a little bit more. When they have to be a possession-based team and try to break down a team, they try to rely offensively to just to overwhelm with numbers, which can work. But then if you don't have proper spacing, what you have is again one defender can guard two people because your central midfielder and your fullback is cut inside, and now he's just like, oh, okay, I need to make a choice. I can stay right here. I'm good right here. And then you turn them over there. Then it's one pass, two pass, and it's an Uzbeki striker is on 1v versus the goalie, or Troy Parrott is making another run, or Ume or any of the other players are there. So I think playing with a lead, they are better. Again, they need to get the lead. And look, at this point, I don't care. I'm not looking for pretty. I'm looking for goals. So if it's a triple bounce off of two ankles and a shin, I'm not mad. It's 1-0. Now we can sit back and defend and pressure like we want to.
I think it's cute for you to just say you don't care how it comes. No, you'd need to. Because if you don't have clear sequences of play in terms of goal scoring, you will suffer. I watched the France game, and if you remember, I actually called it out against Ivory Coast.
Yeah.
I said, France looked poor. What you saw was Ryan Cherky looking amazing. No, it's true. Ryan Cherky was amazing that game. But if you looked at everybody else, they were all poor. Mbappe was poor. Marcus Thuram was poor. I have no idea why he played on the wing. When you don't see clear patterns of play, it's an issue. Because if you're not seeing it now, you're not going to see it in the World Cup. Let's just be honest. Now there's no pressure. There's no you have no, again, if you can try things. Players can be more here's the truth. Players are going to be scared during the World Cup.
The lights are brightest there.
The lights are brighter, the noise is louder. You're going to hear a toxic environment. The Bosnians are going to be toxic because that's exactly what they're expecting. When you get the ball, they're jeering. Everybody is sneering. Everybody's whistling. You're not supposed to feel comfortable. And in the most comfortable situation, people are still not passing correctly. The pace, like I like the pace in the first half in terms of passing. It felt like we were passing quicker. But then a lack of quality was what was missing.
Yeah.
And if you're saying that we don't have the players, I hear you. But Jonathan David, yet again, showcases one of the reasons why he's not a highly rated striker worldwide, which is he can score when you give him the chance to score, but when he's not involved in the final chance, then he's primarily useless. It's why Alphonso Davies is more important to this team than Jonathan David is. You know what I mean? Like
Gravity matters. Yeah.
yeah, not just gravity. I'm talking about ability. It's not about gravity here.
Well,
You
his
need
ability
ability.
creates gravity, and that gives. Yeah, I'm with
Yeah.
you here. Yeah.
Like because this game wasn't like a bad game to me. This is
No.
exactly what I thought this game was going to be like.
Mhm.
Ireland were going to have chances, and it was just a question of how good our defense is or how good the goalkeeper was. When I spoke to you, you said our defense was good. When I watched this game, our defense is not good at all. Defending on the ball is one thing. Defending, did they? You're on SofaScore right now.
Yeah.
Please click on the defenders who had greens. Please go to them. One of them.
I will go to it, sir.
Your defense is not good. That's
That
asking
defense
for
is not
punishment.
good. Yeah. No, let's click on one of them, Cornelius.
Yeah.
And then scroll down and then go to defense. Yeah, you're on defense right now. Scroll down. Scroll down. So he had one, he won one ground duel out of 3.
Yeah.
The aerials is understandable. Those were probably, I don't even remember them crossing that much. So it must have been like maybe corner kicks or something.
Yeah.
Click on the other dude. Go down. He actually won more, 2 out of 3.
Yeah.
But how is it? How did he win 2 ground duels but had no tackles?
Just
Anyway,
so clean with it. Yeah.
My concern with them was they actually, you know what? I understand how he won them. He was just jockeying them, and then they would try and shoot, and they just missed. But we were poor in defense. But I actually do think that's Jesse Marsh, not the players. I think the moment they started beating our press, he should have started sitting them deeper. I don't know why he kept them further forward. He should have told them go back down, go back down.
And
Sometimes
to
they're
that
stubborn.
point, adjustment. Yeah.
Yeah. Your coach would say, what would you have done?
Well, for that part, I guess my biggest, based on his plan for the upcoming games, I think that's where Ireland was moving up a lot more now and have more opportunities. So do you want them to have more of the ball and a better chance to create by sitting back? Or do you want to still keep on pressing to kind of have a high block, we'll call it? Because I think if they would have sat down and give Ireland more of the ball, those 2 or 3 opportunities that they missed, that probably would have been 6 opportunities, and they probably would have scored 2 or 3 of those chances.
I'm with you, 100%.
Right? Because one of those strikers, number 9, right? Sometimes they fall asleep a little bit because they didn't get the ball. So the first one they get, it's like the excitement of, hey, I got the ball.
Yeah.
What am I supposed to do? And then that's when you mess it up. And then the second one, that's when you're more posed. So, but I think the biggest thing here is that so far from what we've seen, Canada is going to the next game with no injuries.
Yeah.
That's you
That's a
check
big
mark
point.
right
That's
there.
our win.
That's
That's
the
the
win.
state of us.
That's
Our
crazy.
That's
state
the
is-
win right there, right? Because
yeah.
we see the other teams. There's some ACLs and everything that's
Oh yeah.
broken.
You know what? That's
Yeah.
true. That is true. I know I'm laughing, but that is actually valid.
Yes,
Yeah.
we see them now. So I think that's
But-
the check.
yeah.
And the second one is they're gonna have to ask questions to that defense a lot. You know, the 20 shots, you have to have those shots, right?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Usually when you get 20, I will say maybe 15 or so will be on target then because the 5 is like the west away shots.
Mhm.
Yeah.
They just were not able to convert at least 60% of them. But the defense, what I've just saw the 1v1 and the
Yeah.
track back to defend,
Paul.
you give them maybe a halfway better striker or wing.
It's a goal.
Those are 1v1. They will make the
They'll
goalkeeper
score
look like
every
a
single
fool.
time. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think those are the two things that he probably will have on his thing is one, we're happy that we don't have injured players, but the defense for me is the biggest question mark than actual goals, right?
Yeah.
Because if you defend well, you can have that tie, right? And maybe have one or two of those opportunities to make it to you win it. But if this is World Cup, defense, it's your best friend in every single game.
Oh, for sure.
Every single team that has won the World Cup, and I mean every single one, has not won it because their attack was good. They won it because their defense was good.
Yeah, so
even
defense,
the
maybe
side.
one defense
Even
and
the
like one
Spain side.
midfielder that was like pretty much the CDM the whole time
Exactly.
has won the World Cup from there.
Yeah.
If you cannot outscore anybody in the World Cup.
No.
You
Unless
can't
the
outscore
last
your
final,
issues.
maybe.
Yeah.
Like
I think the final was the only one.
The only team that I've ever seen play attacking football from the first game they played was Spain. That was the only team that I remember playing actual attacking football and won. I remember the Brazil team in 2002. They played crazy defensive football. They just had magicians up top.
Yeah.
France, same thing. Deschamps, what's Deschamps known for? Defense.
Yeah.
And then guess what? He has magicians up top. And by the way, that's why even this Ivory Coast game, he put more attackers than he normally would. In the World Cup, there's only going to be 3. The rest are all going to be defensive.
Yeah, he's going to tell Colo Conte to sit his butt down and see the
rest for now. I'm about to ride you for these next 90s.
Manu Kone is not touching the pitch again. So for me, when I look at this team, I don't think it's a bad team.
No.
But I also here's a thing that I think maybe is different, and I know Akwasi knows this of me. I'm super objective, and I have my expectations, and I think a lot of Canadians have different expectations. Some Canadians are expecting us to get out the groups, and I'm like, I am just happy to compete.
Oh,
and that's why listen. My other country is Kenya. I'm not used to getting too deep into competitions, so as long as I don't look like a fool, because that's my concern, Musa. We've seen. Look at what Qatar did. Qatar got spanked in the home ground. I don't want to see that at Canada. I don't want, because if the Bosnia game goes bad, we lose like 2-0, something like that. Brother, we have other teams that will look at that game and go, we're going to punish them. Let's be honest.
Yeah, you can. Yeah,
you can't lose. You can't lose at home.
Yeah,
that's my biggest fear.
Yeah, to me, like my set for them is draw, win, lose. Right? You draw Bosnia, you beat Qatar, and then the Swiss will Swiss. That's how I see.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
My expectation.
By the way, sorry. Google has Canada having won this game 2-1. I just want you guys to know.
Where was the second? I watched this game. Where was the second?
Oh man, this is funny. But carry on.
There's 3 things. There's one thing that all 3 countries that are hosting this World Cup want to make sure that they are not the first one to be either grouped or to be eliminated from the tournament. I think 100%. If you're not the first one to get out, you have already one check mark. Then if you make it to the round of, I think for me, if any of them makes it to the round of 16, it's been a successful home tournament.
100%. I agree with you.
But we're about to banter.
So 16 and do not get out first. I think that should be your 2 goals. Winning it, I don't know about that. But those 2, number 1 is don't be the first. make it to the 16th, or you
Yeah.
make it and everybody else do not. If one of those countries makes it, your tournament is successful. Other than that, North America would laugh at you for the next World Cup if you get grouped. Either three of them,
That's
Oh,
and if
that's my
all three
biggest
of them
fear.
get grouped, then we
My
might as well
my
just
fear is, here's the thing: we can get grouped, but like the group that France and Senegal is in, anyone who gets grouped from that group isn't a problem. You had a tough group. Everyone will say, "Hey, you had a tough group."
France will burn,
No, if France get grouped, that's a different situation. But
and
I mean, like the other
Senegal
ones.
will probably burn too. They
Ah,
those two
the-
cannot get grouped.
But
Maybe
maybe
because
what I
I'm
mean
the,
is, yeah, from your perspective is different.
oh
But I
yeah,
mean, like from my perspective,
yeah,
if
oh maybe,
Senegal get grouped, I wouldn't see that as crazy.
oh
But when
no,
when this group got called, when I saw Canada's playing Bosnia, Switzerland, and Qatar, the
Yeah.
only team that I saw us winning, guaranteed, was Qatar.
wow,
But the rhetoric I saw was Canada's beating Bosnia, and I'm like, are you guys crazy? That's
not
not a
watching the Lily game.
guarantee. Yeah, that's not a guarantee. That's like a hopeful wish that
Yeah.
if everything aligns and Bosnia are off their game and we're on our game, we win. That's how it has to be. There
But
can't be
yeah.
one or the other.
Mhm.
Bosnia
No,
can
but
come
like,
with the A game and we win, by the way. Just let's just be honest.
but like you said earlier, Nelson, like that game predicates on us being able to make them play a game that they don't want to, and in a style that they want to. And this is Bosnia we're talking about. I feel like Bosnia, if they could, I think they could play an up and down game, but like their game, Canada's winning or drawing
Mhm.
really comes down to them scoring first. Like they have to be buzzing in the first 20 minutes and get a goal. And then from there that sets them up. Like that gives them a chance. Now,
Yeah,
that's my
but
other
the problem
concern.
is not
Yeah.
it's not if, it's when for them,
Oh,
because they will score,
yes.
but it's when.
Set pieces, we already aren't going to be big off of set pieces because we're playing
Well,
the biggest,
yeah,
and
you're in
so
trouble then.
you can't be fouling. You can't be like you can't put yourself in a position where you make the ref make a call, right? Kyle Larin, that can't happen because
But
that's a red and VAR.
but that's why I think I'm gonna be honest here, because we're all friends here. We know each other, guys. This is where you look at Carney and you tell Carney, "Hey, give FIFA a little bit of money, let the refs look the other way, and we just manhandle Bosnia. You just do
Listen,
what other countries. What did you guys know? What's the Korea World Cup?
listen, they
Do you
said
think
we
South Korea beat all these countries because they played excellent football? No, refs were looking the other way. I want us to do the exact same thing. If anyone knows Carney, send him an email, please.
now.
I don't want to
wait,
get grouped.
I've grew up around Bosnian people, from France to Canada to here. I've always been around them. They're from a war country. The last thing you want to do is to go 1v1 toe to toe with them.
No.
Because Checo said they love to play rough, by the way. Because remember
No,
when
what I'm
they qualified, he said
Yeah.
the only reason why he's still alive is because his mom called him to go home, because after that there was a bomb that dropped and killed some of his friends. That's literally the line he put. I said, when you have that mentality,
Mm.
I
But Musa, what I'm saying is, I'm
don't-
not saying it's going to be a fair game. I'm not trying for it to be fair. I'm saying any foul that a Bosnian player hits, call it. The other way, no. It's gonna be like, hey, keep moving. That's what I want. I don't want a fair game. Are you kidding me? I want. I am. If anyone knows Kani, please let him know
Listen.
that this is what we. The first game. Do you remember when South what's it called? When
South
South Africa beat
and Mexico
um
or South
no, it wasn't
Africa.
Mexico. When South Africa beat France. Was it
Yeah,
France that they beat?
yeah. It was the third
And
game.
like by the way, excellent goal from Sabalala. But what people forget is that game. That South Africa game was crazy because the South Africans played. That was a defense. That was fouling and the referee ignoring the calls.
Well, they also knew that France was pretty much
Was gone.
that.
Yeah, at that point
Yeah,
they were
the squad
tired.
was the
Yeah,
squad was mentally they were gone. Like there was nothing there.
that's what we need to do to Bosnia. We need to
Well,
smash them up. No. I mean, we can't win this game
The views.
with the way we just played.
just wait. The ones I know, if you say, "Oh, we gonna play it not fair," and it's gonna be fun,
No,
here, hold my beer, and then
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. If they do a Senegal, I'm gonna hit you now. If they do a Senegal and walk out, that's 3 goals. That's 3
well,
points.
hey,
That's what I'm going for.
Hold down.
Any way to win, you don't care. That's
Hey.
a real def.
Hey,
Look,
as long as you
I'm-
winning on the field, it's good.
I'm out here to win.
I get it, and like if it's just on the pitch, the problem for Canada for me is just they're not healthy. Like it won't be their best start. It won't be their best defense. They're midfielders, yes. You have inconsistency at 9, and then you have 2 right-footed wingers playing on both sides. It's a tough ask. That's why I said draw, win, loss, and then take your chances with either second or third, and then go from there. I think that's a realistic pathway for them because they haven't consistently created an open play, right?
I'm gonna give something positive to the Canadians because I don't think I've done enough of that.
Yeah. Give back to the country who gave you so much.
Well, I only gave you
A bit.
yeah. But to all fairness, and yes, we know it's the friendlies, right? What thing that showed me is that how the US played against Senegal, right? Everybody was talking down on them on how how the team set up, the atmosphere, and everything. But for that game, they matched Senegal with the excitement and the runs, so they kind of showed up when they needed to. And when they play against a team that was actually wanted to show that they were capable of and going to the World Cup, right? Canada kind of picked a team that's not in the World Cup. So there's that mentality that's different than a team that's in the World Cup, showing the coach, the nation, that they are ready to be those playing in the World Cup versus Canada is playing a team that's happy to be there and that has to show they're capable of. So the gamemanship is a lot different. So I'm wondering if Canada versus Bosnia, first game of the World Cup, they're like, hey, now it's go time. And it's a different mentality than the one that they came in on this one.
It could be. And to note, that game was announced February 10th. So they didn't just choose that game. They picked that game way advanced before the March window where the games were finalized, so they knew if they were playing. And I think Nelson made this point. I think a 3-4-3 team versus 3. I think they were expecting maybe Italy to get through versus not because stylistically. But I mean, they picked it early versus not. That's the choice they made.
Well, they also picked the team that's not made it to the last 2. Like,
hey,
you should not put that much stake on.
Listen, they wanted a friendly. They had a friendly. They got the friendly, and then they went from there.
They did.
Yeah, they got a friendly, and it was friendly-ish. But no, I think to that point, look, they showed some positive signs in this game. Is it everything you wanted? Of course not. Like you said, we came out healthy, which is, look, the other half of our team isn't. So at this point, like we have 2 healthy wingers. They played. Like those are our 2 healthy wingers. And so
that's
look,
not a good number.
One tore his ACL. The other 2 that they have are on a back to action plan right now.
And you're playing in North America, right? It's not Qatar where you were playing across the street to your hotel.
Yeah. that's the only the benefit that they have is they know where they're playing, and it's just Toronto, and then they're in Vancouver. And if some way they win their group, they're in Vancouver again. If not, they're in LA. So they know where they have to go.
So
They know,
it's not as
yeah,
bad.
it's not as bad. But again, I think maybe they come out against Bosnia and they're just buzzing everywhere. Like the only thing a Canadian, for me as a Canadian, that I'm holding on to is that Ukraine game. Whether you want to hold on to it, I'm not really holding on to it, but I'm just saying that is what their potential could be. But that's when they were healthy. They're not healthy now, and so my expectations are, I'm hoping that Marsh manages this game a lot better, because that's the one criticism I'll have, well, of many. He plays the style, and that's his style. And in games where, like, he's got a little bit better at it, where like there's games where he's up and then he tries to then, okay, let's see this game out here. Let's throw some more bodies in to help some more defenders and such. But that's the concern. They can buzz around because that first half is both the encouraging and then the warning sign. They can buzz around, they can look dangerous, but when they only have a double bounce goal to show for it, like you need more than that at the World Cup. Now, at 1-0 can get the job done at the World Cup, don't get me wrong. But when you know the team has another level and you're pushing it to the max and that's all you have to show for it, you're going to need more than one to do that. And so, hey, we made it out healthy. No injuries in camp. Great. No one slipped, tore an ACL that I know of. I'm knocking all the wood. They have 6 days. They have 6 days to figure this out. Actually, they have a week to figure this out, because they play at 3 in the afternoon next week, Friday.
That's
That they do.
fun.
Yeah. Nelson, any final words before we sign off here?
I love Canada.
I have a passport.
I love Canada. We're going to smash Bosnia 5-0. Toxic positivity 101 right here.
Look,
But
Nelson,
in all honesty, I'm
Yeah.
going to be honest. I did like the first half. The biggest concern I had, and I did call it out, was the moment the moment Ireland started gaining confidence, we never stopped their gameplay. I'm hoping what Jesse Marsh starts doing, and let's be honest, he's not really an experienced manager. I know he went to England and all of a sudden people got hyped up and he's coach of the MLS, but like, he's not really that experienced. One of the things he needs to do very well is start teaching these guys professional fouls. It's a very quick way of slowing the game, especially when the other team is on the ascendancy. So we need to do that. These are small little things that it's not a technical thing, it's a tactical thing. I didn't see a lot of tactics from him that made me feel like he just accepted that the game is lost. Like the momentum was gone. He just accepted it. Makes no sense. If this was any other good coach, they immediately start saying, hey, stop that guy. You know what you do? You tell a guy, you bring a guy over on the sideline and you say, take a foul, get the yellow, we're benching you. It doesn't matter. Take the guy out. Those kinds of things. You need to slow the game. But for me, I saw enough positives. We didn't lose the game. That's a big positive. They had 4 clear-cut chances. No, seriously.
True. Yeah.
They had 4 clear-cut chances. Here's a good, you ask, my man of the match is the goalkeeper.
Yeah.
Because he saved the team.
Yeah. He saved the penalty. He saved those.
No,
chances.
saved the pen.
Yeah.
Saved he just saved the freaking team. So shout out to the goalkeeper. Great saves. He saved Canada before. That's why I know he's a good goalie. And that's about it. No, everybody else was poor. I'm going to be honest. Ismail Kone. We're talking about a different Kone. Ismail Kone
totally
played
different.
well, but I think defensively he was a bit off. And I actually agree with Jonathan, who had said we should play 3, because if you have a 3-man midfield, he doesn't have to defend as much. You actually utilize him more on the attack.
Yeah.
The problem is we just don't have a striker that can hold the line in that way. So I'm not going to be harsh on him. I like the kid. That's it.
Yeah. Fair enough. Fair enough. Musa, you gave all your positivity and everything.
No, I can give him more, but
No, fair enough. No, like Nelson said, I think there's some definite positives you could take from the game, but managing the game is going to be key for me. And that's something I'm going to be looking for Marsh to do against Bosnia. That's not, again, don't do the thing where you look at the name of the country and say, oh, it's just Bosnia. We can beat Bosnia. They get paid and they're happy to be here. Okay. So let's not do this thing where it's not a big soccer name that we know traditionally. And then we're like, oh no, we should beat them. No, they've come from the wreck. They've come to play and they're going to make their countrymen proud. So there's pride there. Play with some and know that the other team has some, but manage the game better. And that's what I would say. I'll be back on Sunday because I got some stuff I'm going to do for Sunday, reevaluating the teams that we've seen, especially after some of the friendlies that we've seen. And that's something that we're going to talk about with some folks and some familiar faces, some long-awaited reunions, Musa. Some long-awaited reunions. You know exactly who. And we will not be yelling about Belgium. Okay, we're not yelling. About Belgium, okay, we're not yelling about Belgium on Sunday. Okay, leave them.
I'm not yelling. That's family.
Whatever. They're family. Guys, thanks for being here. Thanks for hitting that like button, that subscribe button. Leave your thoughts on the game afterwards. As always, Musa will have a bunch of stuff coming up on World Football TV. Nelson will be here, but we're also going to bully him until he, that's right, starts posting on his channel.
I'm going to bring, I'm going to pressure you too.
That's how that works. But
hey, I'm pretty good at it. You'll see.
Peer pressure for the win. All right, guys. Thanks again for stopping by. Appreciate it. As always, we'll end our stream right